Ele está ligado em rede, ou seja, a velocidade não irá ir vai abaixo, aguenta-se. Tem só que permitir aqui então os convidados que
é possível dizer
sim. Ele está a avançar, o computador ainda. Ele está aqui a ponderar. Qualquer coisa que necessite da nossa parte, aqui para partilhar a tela. Sim, uma coisa que precisa, então, vamos escrever mais que precisa.
Se é engraçado, eu consigo entrar.
Sim. Eu já me digo que podem ingressar, já os admiti a todos. Agora não sei se eles estão à espera para ligar.
E elas também, as duas.
Neste momento temos um participante, que é o anfitrião.
E depois vai para a aula da PST.
Quero saber embora ter certeza que as pessoas estão entrando, senão. Espera aí.
Eu com tecnologia já sei.
Fazemos o seguinte,
Este está com uma rede ligada, está com
a organização.
Já entraram.
Mais uma vez.
Ok, não sei se quer assim, se querem oradores.
Vou torná-los com a conferência. Pode ser assim.
Convém fazer um check. Não sei se quer fazer perguntar se nos conseguem ouvir, se podemos fazer um teste de sound. Podem falar tanto ali como aqui. Se falar aqui para a televisão,
Ok. Só pode, se não são votadas, elas com o anfitrião, porque elas assim conseguem desativar o microfone. Sim, por favor. Todas.
eu posso fazer um teste de sound. Eu não sei, posso falar em inglês? Hello, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you please make a test sound, please? Did you hear me?
Hello? Do you speak with us? Yes. We don't see anyone, that's why. We can hear you, yes.
Okay, we can hear you too. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Quando nos sentamos, eu e a olha, e quem abre?
Mas elas duas vão falar, elas são pode fazer, pode misturar. As duas palavras. Se for tomar, ele não deve, porque mas eu sou muito uma palavra para pensar. Eu posso avançar.
Já sabia
Sim. O seu vídeo, professora?
Sim.
Sim, está aqui no...
Então, quando eu quiser, eu posso dar a indicação para colocar a funcionar.
Claro, deixa-me só... Consegue só confirmar se é este? Não sei se consegue ver também.
Quer que diga, não consigo confirmar.
É, perfeito.
With your name.
Obrigada a todos. Estamos já a iniciar os trabalhos do seminário do encontro anual NANTERRE Network, esta feita na Universidade Lusófona do Porto. Penso dar as boas-vindas a todos os presentes e dizer-vos que é uma honra para esta universidade poder receber este encontro. Agora em inglês. Good afternoon to everyone. We welcome all of you to our University of Lusófona, and we are quite honored to welcome this event. I wish work goes best we can, and maybe not. We will meet again next year and the year. So, now I pass the word to my colleague, Professor Elizabeth Pinto Costa, because she's responsible for the international relations of our university, and she takes a little surprise for presentation of our university. I hope you will like. So, Elizabeth, the word is yours.
Português e inglês? O francês também. Vamos tentar. Boa tarde. É de facto com um prazer enorme, uma honra que recebemos este encontro anual NANTERRE, rede NANTERRE, agora na Universidade do Porto, dia 1 e dia 2. No âmbito das funções que ocupo aqui na Universidade Lusófona do Porto, efetivamente é um privilégio ter esta iniciativa deste alcance internacional, que permite também cumprir os nossos objetivos e a nossa missão. Apesar do nosso nome ser a Universidade Lusófona, a lusofonia está no mundo, portanto faz todo sentido que nós estejamos abertos ao mundo e que também que o mundo nos visite, e daí que seja para nós também um privilégio. Good afternoon, all. It's a pleasure, an honor to receive all in this meeting, annual meeting of NANTERRE Network. Today and tomorrow in Porto, Universidade Lusófona do Porto. It's a good opportunity for us to empower our university. We have a good philosophy of internationalization of our educative projects, and we want to go to the world and want to receive the world here in our university. It's a great opportunity for that. Cumprimento todos que estão presentes hoje. Permitam-me cumprimentar minha colega, a professora Rosário Bichos, que de facto também acarinha este encontro e que de facto andou sempre muito motivada e muito empenhada em que este encontro estivesse na nossa ordem do dia. Também a professora Stefania Tiju, a professora Cristina Pico, não sei se estarei a soltar bem, e o professor Fábio da Silva Veiga. Cumprimento todos os presentes e cumprimento também todos na pessoa da senhora reitora, que também está sendo muito orgulhosa por vos ter cá. I make my compliments to all the members of the official opening act, and I give the compliments of our rector to all, only for this group of the official opening act, but all of the members that are going to participate in the several colloquiums that we have here in your program. I don't, it's not my objective to speak about your meeting. I see your organization, it's very, very interesting. I'll ask my colleagues to make some references of your events. But for us, the University of North Porto, it's a great opportunity because we are in a good moment.
Hörst du noch was?
Nein, ich höre nichts mehr. Vous êtes maintenant sur die.
Ich glaube, wir sind rausgeschmissen worden.
Für Alt-EA soll man drücken. Wo ist denn Alt?
Alt und A? Ich glaube, die haben uns rausgeschmissen. Keiner mehr da.
Ich gehe mal kurz raus, Stefanie.
Ja, probier mal.
Hallo?
And I think can be in the future a good opportunity to all organizations that are in this network, because it is, this is not only for the law, architecture or mediation, but we want to enlarge this consortium to other scientific areas of the academy. And so I think this network can be a first place to share some ideas, share some goals, and see the opportunity to enlarge our consortium and to invite another partners to our projects also. To know our university, we have a film, a short film. I think you can see better how is our university and the position of the university in this town of Porto, that is, for me, the greatest city of Portugal, that you can live and travel, of course. I want to ask some help to pass the film. Thank you.
Hello, so yes, it's you. Oh, it's coming, your video. I didn't saw anything, okay? Now it's coming, yes.
As you can see in the film, the last phase is very important for us. We can be more in our university as a student, as a teacher, as a researcher. Thank you for your presence. I hope you have a great meeting today and tomorrow. And if you need something, I'm here, but I think you will have here the person that can help you in any case. Thank you for your presence here.
Now for our meeting, I pass the word to Professor Stephanie Bijou.
Thank you, obrigado. So, estimados colegas, é prazer participar a esta conferência. Gostaria de estar presente com vacation, mas infelizmente devido à pandemia não é possível. So I don't know if you understand my Portuguese, it's just a little try to speak some words. The pronunciation is quite difficult, but okay, I tried. And so, yeah, I'm at the conference, but I'm really sorry that I can't be with you in Porto because it is such a nice city. We already had a conference in Porto some years ago, and it was really pleasant to have some time in this wonderful place, and I hope I will have again an opportunity to come. Maybe we can come also to negotiate with your university an Erasmus agreement, because until now NANTERRE doesn't have any Erasmus agreement with Porto, so I think it will be really a nice opportunity to meet you in Porto and to try to find an agreement between our both universities. So I already talked to yesterday for the opening of the conference. I think today we are in the same configuration of colleagues. So I want to take, I don't want to take more time now. But before we start with the colloquium, maybe Fabio want to say some words.
Now I pass over to Professor Kerstin Kriebel. Good afternoon, Professor.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. So I didn't know I had to talk today again. So say hello to everybody, especially to the two Weinsteins. I think to Yo Maria, to the Rosario Años, y Elizabeth Pinto da Costa. This is right. Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. And also, again, once again, to Fabio, to your university. And I came, like Stephanie, a few years ago to Porto, and I can only say we had a very good time. I'm very sorry that we couldn't join you right now. So I don't know, I don't want to repeat everything I said yesterday. So yesterday I was reading a declaration we did in order to support to express our solidarity to the Ukraine. So Fabio, I don't know what you are deciding on this subject. Shall I read it again or what? I'm not quite sure. I don't want to. Yes.
I think this is the right moment to approve the declaration, and I pass the word for Fabio. Okay. Professor Kerstin, if you want.
Excuse me, please. I don't understand.
If you want to read the declaration.
Yeah, I can read it again. I had also PowerPoint. I'm not sure that I will find it back, but I can read it to you. Do you understand me? Because I don't understand you not so very good. So, but I think Fabio has also the wording. I changed one or two little things. So here's a suggestion. It's the participants at the 26th European annual meeting of the NANTERRE network in Law expressed to their Ukrainian partner universities full solidarity in their country's fight against Russian aggression. They condemn the brutal violation of the norms of international law, the disregard of the independence and sovereignty of Ukraine. They thank the Ukrainian people for his determined and self-sacrificing defense of the idea of a free and democratic Europe. This people deserves the full support of our countries and their non-European allies. So that was the text. Yeah, maybe.
Thank you.
Yeah. Did you get it? I'm not quite sure. Then afterwards, then I could try to find it again and share it with you.
We understand.
Okay. Okay, great.
Declaration, and I must say that Portugal is 100% with Ukraine without any kind of doubt. Okay. So, someone votes against the declaration?
Oh, okay. Okay. There, so everybody agreed with without vote, like in very in a lot of international organizations.
And why not for a free Russia? And because Russia is in a very, very difficult situation too.
Yeah.
So it's approved. Yeah, it's approved.
Okay. So thanks to all the participants that they agreed to that. And then we see with Fabio and Ottmar Soll how we send it. Maybe he will send us because he has the contact to the two universities in Lviv, in the Western Ukraine, and with Kiev. Maybe he will do that. Yes, thanks a lot. Okay.
Thank you.
So that was all I wanted to say. And just a little word, if you are interested in an Erasmus agreement, I think you have also, well, we have Portuguese speaking students, but I think you have also courses in English. And so maybe more than Nanterre, say very often only in French. And so what we will do, we will ask to send you a proposal maybe to Fabio, because he has the address, and then it will go on. Sometimes it takes a little time in Nanterre, but we will make it if you want to. Okay.
Thank you, Professor. Now I pass the word to Professor Fabio Veiga. But first, I want to thank you for this meeting, because this is entirely on our responsibility. Thank you. And it is very important to our university that this kind of meetings happen. Thank you, Fabio.
Thank you, Professor Rosario. Boa tarde. Good afternoon. Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Willkommen.
Yes. Willkommen. Willkommen.
Willkommen in italiano.
In italiano. Benvenuti. Y buenas tardes. Buenas tardes.
Buonasera. Buonasera.
Buonasera. Buonasera.
No, buonasera a voi.
Dear colleagues, professors, researchers, and students stay here and online. My colleagues, I begin my congratulations for Professor Maria do Rosário Anjos, Professor Elizabeth Pinto da Costa, Professor Stephanie Ju, Professor Kerstin Biglu. It's a pleasure and great to my fellows and fellow coordinators, Professor Marcel. It's my colleague, my friend, and I miss you, Marcel. I hope to see you in Porto. As president of the Literature Ibero-American Institute of Global Studies, I have followed the excellent work of academic integration developed by NANTERRE network in several European countries. My first contact with the NANTERRE network was in 2018, the year in which I had the joy of coordinating activities with my professor Lorenzo Rossa at the University of Salamanca in Spain. The objectives of the NANTERRE network become clear: to promote integration between universities and people, mostly people. NANTERRE network offers the opportunity for students and teachers to connect, learning about new ideas and methodologies. In a world where differences are posed as barriers, few organizations are willing to collaborate in the midst of differences. The NANTERRE network is one of those organizations that has at its core the value of respecting cultural difference. And it is precisely this difference that makes the NANTERRE network an engine of union, strength, and integration. My best thank you for the NANTERRE network, professors and colleagues, and welcome to the city of Porto, welcome to Porto, welcome to Lusófona University of Porto, and enjoy this seminar, this annual meeting here. Thank you very much.
And now we will begin with the words, and I'll pass the word to Stephanie Lejeune.
Okay, so thank you very much. So after this official opening act of the conference of this afternoon, we come directly to our colloquium, where we have the different presentations that are organized by teams. So I am the moderator of this first part. So we have nearly 2 hours till 4:30 Portuguese time. And we have 8 presentations. So I think every presentation should not exceed 15 minutes. So I will also try to be very short in my presentation. In this first part of the colloquium, the subjects, the topics are very important topics in our day life now, because they are all topics that currently influence a lot all our lives in the different countries. So we will start with some health issues. So my conference turns around the coronavirus problems and what is also the reason why I can't be with you today. So coronavirus, but in a very heavy form, so coronavirus and end of life. Then we have a conference by video from a PhD student, Daniel José Boutoil, also around the topic of coronavirus. We have other presentations around health, public health policies. And after we will come to weapons and current challenges. That's also, of course, in our life now a very important topic, because we have this war in the Ukraine, where we just had the declaration before. And then we come to agricultural public policies, what is also today really very influenced by these problems of the war in Ukraine. The presentation after is around law and happiness, of course, in all this surrounding, in this political problems and health problems that we have today with the pandemic and with the war. It is, of course, it can be very difficult to be happy. So law and happiness, of course, is also something, a concern for all of us. And then we come to more really law problems with a comparative legal approach towards the universal jurisdiction principle. So I will start, if you agree with my conference on coronavirus. I will try to be very short here. Okay, I had to share my screen, so I will take desktop and open my presentation. Here it is. Okay, where's the full screen? Okay, do you see my presentation? It is okay?
Yes.
Yes, okay, perfect. So, yes, so that is for me, it is a very important topic, because I'm doing research work on this topic since the COVID, and I had also, I did also research on this topic, end of life, before the COVID, and we have a research team around these problems of end of life, euthanasia, and so on. So, of course, the topic of end of life has got a very important one since the COVID, because before end of life, well, we had other end of life reasons than the COVID, but now the COVID gave made it to a current problem. So I can talk about 2 or 3 hours about end of life. So for me, it's very difficult to resume it just in 10 or 15 minutes. But anyway, I will try to come directly to the paramount problems of this topic. So, I will talk here about the fundamental right to dignity until death and the difficulty to guarantee the right during the sanitary crisis. So, the topic is the right to life and care in a crisis situation with limited resources. In all our countries, we have very important rules in fundamental rights, in human rights, for the dignity, to preserve the dignity of patients when they are in a crisis situation in a hospital. But it is very difficult to respect these rights in the situation of the pandemic, of the sanitary crisis. So yeah, in introduction, I just want to say some words around the ethical and legal principles at the end of life from a comparative perspective. The rules may be somehow different between one country and another, but globally we have in all our Western European countries the same rules. That means that the right to live is one of the most important human rights, but it's also a right to health. So not only the right to life, but also the right to live with good health. And that has been developed as a second generation human right in the last 10, 20 years. But in a health crisis situation, the primary task of the state is to prevent imminent harm and to protect the health and life of its citizens. So in the corona crisis, its action consists of reducing the risk of infection by restricting individual freedoms. We all saw that our individual freedoms were very restricted during the health crisis. And so by restricting individual freedoms and organizing the medical care of infected patients. So since one of the fundamental human rights is also the right to self-determination of the human person over his body and life and its individual freedom, each human being has full power over their bodies, including the right to choose interventions on their bodies in all areas. So also the right to care and to say, okay, I want to continue to live even if there's no hope anymore. I want to have all the possible care to save my life. But the question, of course, is if this is possible in a sanitary crisis situation. So we will ask ourselves, what has the COVID-19 changed in the application of this wonderful human rights? Can we apply still the human rights in such a situation? So I will briefly come to different countries in the European Union and tell you something about these main principles that we apply in end-of-life situations and ask ourselves if it is still possible in a situation of a very grave, hard sanitary crisis. So the fundamental rights here are written somehow in Article 1 of the European Convention of Human Rights, but also in the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union. These fundamental rights are the protection of life, the general protection of life, but also the right to dignity and the respect of the will and the autonomy of the patient. Because if the patient wants to have care, we have to give the care. If the patient prefers to remain with his health situation without any curing treatments, we have also to respect this. So that is a part of the right to self-determination of the patient. We have a special law for end-of-life situation in France. It is a Leonetti-Slice Act from 2016. And in one of its main articles, it is written, every person has a right to have a peaceful end of life and to be accompanied with the best appeasement possible of suffering. We all know that the COVID in the hard cases and the grave cases brought to the patient a lot of suffering. So normally the patient has here a legal right to the best appeasement possible. But we may ask what is possible if hospitals are completely overwhelmed with patients. We have not enough care persons, caregivers. So what can be possible for the appeasement of the suffering of the patient? But the respect of the patient's will is also a very important point. The patient has the right to be informed about the state of health. He can give advance directives for the case as he's unconscious and he can't tell his will anymore to the caregivers or to the physicians. And he can also name a person of trust. A person of trust is a testimony. It can be a parent, it can be a friend who will just tell the will of the person as a kind of testimony. So the fundamental principles that are very important in this new legislation are also the one that says we have an interdiction of unreasonable therapeutical obstinacy. That means that we won't give a curative care to every patient where there's no hope anymore to save the life of the patient and to cure himself. So in this case, the therapeutical plan will be only to avoid suffering of the patient, but not to prolong his life. The other important principle is the recognition of the patient's right to receive palliative care. The palliative care also is a measure to avoid suffering of the patient when no other means are possible, because the patient is suffering so much that is the only way to reduce his suffering. Then we have legal rules that are authorizing deep and continuous sedation until death. That's again a lot more than palliative care. That's the ultimate form of palliative care, because if you have a deep and continuous sedation, the patient will get unconscious, and the communication with the medical team and with his family will unfortunately be cut. So every patient has a right to ask for deep and continuous sedation, but normally it will be only decided in cases where it is really the last mean possible to reduce the suffering of the patient if the patient is completely refractory to other means against his suffering. And of course, all this means are the aim of all this means is to respect the patient's dignity until his death, because we are trying to avoid that the patient is dying under an unsupportable suffering. So the ethical principles for palliative care. So palliative care is more and more important in our systems. The main principles are the beneficence, so acting in the patient's, always acting in the patient's interest. No malfeasance, so no harm or impose unnecessary burden about the patient. And unnecessary burden can also consist in treatments to maintain the patient artificially in life if he's suffering, because the suffering patient to live some weeks more, if it's only for suffering, of course it is a non-needful harm and burden for the patient and his family. So also the autonomy of the patient's rights, right to self-determination has to be respected, and the patient must be in a situation where he is able to make informed choices. So he has a right to be really informed about the situation, informed if there's some hope for cure or not, or if he will die, or in how many time, if it's possible to predict, and if he will suffer or not. So with this information, the patient's autonomy is maintained, and the patient can make his own choice if he is sufficiently informed. And the last principle, and that's the one who is giving us the most problems in a COVID situation, is the principle of redistributive justice. That means that the same medical treatment for all patients in similar circumstances. So all patients who were admitted in a hospital during the COVID situation, they were all in the similar situation. But it was impossible to give the same medical treatment for all patients because we had not enough medical resources to give the same treatment to all patients. Because if you have only one respirator and 3 patients are arriving and they need a respirator, we can't give it to all of them, so we have to make a choice. So this was one of the most important problems during the COVID. Okay, then we have the advanced directives that is very important in the end-of-life situation, but less in the case of COVID. So I will skip this part. This was on Great Britain, but we know that in all European countries during the COVID crisis, we had all more or less the same problems in the different countries. It started in Italy, then it came to France, it came a little later to Germany, but at the end, all countries have known this very difficult situation. So in Germany, we have also different types of law for this end-of-life situation. So the situation where we have not enough medical resources to fulfill the obligation of the redistributive justice. That means to give the same care to every patient in the same situation. Yes, we call it the trial situation. So it is the situation where we have to proceed to a triage, what we call triage in French, but the word is also used in other languages, namely in English. So the triage situation, that means if we have not enough medical resources, we have to make a choice. If you have 3 patients, who of them will get the medical care necessary to save his life? So the situation in Germany and France here was quite different. First, we had a lot more intensive care beds in Germany. So the situation in Germany was a little better than in France or in Italy. That means that they had not really to proceed to this triage until now. But in France and in Italy, the situation were really there, that in some cities, in some regions of France, there were not enough intensive care beds to give a care bed to every person. So the patients were sometimes brought by plane in other countries, in other regions, and so on. It was quite a very critical situation for parents. And what we are asking now is what should be the criteria of the selection of patients for intensive care? Who should you leave to die? That is, of course, a very, very difficult question. And the selection is, of course, against the principle of absolute guarantee of life in the respect of the will of the patients. But physicians have no choice, the state have no choice. If we have not enough resources, we can't do it. So the possible criteria could be the age of the patient, the chances of survival, the healing success, maybe the social situation of the patient, the family situation of the patient. All this could be criteria for the choice of the patient who will get care and who will be left behind. So the triage is not specifically regulated by law in any of the European countries mentioned. There are only clinical ethical recommendations which are not legally binding. So in the most of our countries, the selection is done by the medical team. The medical team have some criteria, some ethical criteria, but it is up to the physician, up to the medical team in charge of the patient to say, okay, he will get the care or he won't get the care. So it is quite a very, very important decision of the medical team, of the physician, of the doctors. And also on a point of view of law, it's very difficult because the doctor who made a wrong decision can be responsible, liable in criminal law and also in civil law if he made a wrong decision. So in the German Constitutional Court said, no, it is not possible to leave this very important decision on the medical team, on the doctors. The state have to make a choice, a legal choice. They have to create a law. This decision of the German Constitutional Court is from last December, so December 21. So it is quite a recent decision. After the COVID, after the main COVID crisis, but until now, the German government, you know, we changed the government recently, and neither the old government, neither the new one had until now make this choice and created a new law on this on the criteria of the triage. There are some proposals for legal rules of this question, but until now it has not been voted in the parliament. So all these criteria, the German Constitutional Court said the age of the patient couldn't be a criteria. The healing success may be, the social situation of the patient couldn't be a criteria. So if it is a fabric worker or if it is a professor with very important research work, that couldn't be a criteria for the health chances of survival of the patient. Neither the family situation. You can't give the care to a mother with 3 children and let die a young man who has no family. So all this is completely forbidden by our constitution, because life is life and there's no life that has more value than a life of another person. But what they said, the only criteria are the chance of survival is the main criteria, and the healing success. And also one of the criteria is the best use of medical resources. So if with one breathing machine we can save 3 lives, we have to use it for the 3 people instead of one who will take the machine for long weeks, for example. So the criteria can be only the best use of medical resources, so the chances of survival and the chance to have, of course, a healing success. But the selection is against the principle of absolute guarantee of life and the respect of the will of the patient. So we will always have a problem with this in constitutional law. And for the German government now, it's really very difficult to legalize this. They have some guidelines of the Association of Medical Societies of Doctors, etc. Also of the German Ethical Council. But all these are only guidelines, they are not binding, and until now we have no binding laws. So that is a situation that is very difficult for the medical team. And in conclusion, I can simply say that the decision has to be taken by the legislator and not by the medical practitioner. And the ethical committee can help, but they have no role to make laws, so only the legislator can create these laws, and they have to do it to clarify this very embarrassing situation for the patient, but also mainly for the medical team and the medical doctors. So we need really a new law here, because now maybe the COVID is over, maybe not, but we can have other crisis situation. And it's really in our world where the situations are changing very quickly. We need a new law to have a clear situation about this. So thank you very much. I think, yeah, it is a lot of, it's not a very funny subtopic, and it gives a lot of, yeah, different questions. And we can maybe discuss something after. Thank you so much. So I will close the screen. Okay, hello. I see some people in the audience now. So maybe we can treat the questions after, if we have enough time, and we can come to the next presentation that is also on the topic of the coronavirus. But this is on the coronavirus and digital transformation, a challenge to the rule of law, with a focus on France and Germany. So this is a PhD student from my colleague Kerstin Pelglo, Danielle Boutoil, and I think she sent a link to a video to you. Can you give us this video conference? Ah. It will work, or?
Professor, can you hear me? Professor, can you hear me?
Yes, there's an echo, so I hear you, but
Video won't work, so maybe I will try to lower it.
okay.
Can you call the next one, please?
Yes, of course. So we can have this one after. It's no problem. Okay, just okay. So yes, the one after Danielle, we have João Proença Xavier and Giovanna di More Figueiredo Cruz. Sorry for the pronunciation of your names. From the University of Coimbra and the Lusophone University of Porto. And this is a topic on health, public policies, and effectiveness of fundamental rights, privacy versus sanitary security in Brazil and Europe.
Hello, can you hear me? I think so.
Yes.
Good afternoon to you all here in Oporto and in Portuguese, in Lusófona University of Oporto, and to those colleagues around the world that are here in US. First, congratulations to this university and to the organization of this meeting, that it's no less more than 25 years on a row, in this case 26 years on a row, besides and including pandemic years, reuniting and reflecting about capital topics on law and humanity and world and philosophy, history, and in English, Portuguese, mostly in French, around the world. So this is a group I'm very honored to meet and to be with, and it's always a great reunion of friends. So without further delay, I will talk you into problematic of health public policies and the effectiveness of fundamental rights. We've talked here from here to Brazil, and we have made some compared law revision about privacy versus sanity, security in Brazil and in Europe, mostly in Portugal and in Spain, the places where I came from as a PhD university professor, University of Coimbra and University of Salamanca, and from our dear colleague and also co-author in this paper, Giovanna de Moraes Figueiredo Cruz, from this university and from the master's degree on law of this university that I have the honor to present also here. So, personal data are increasingly relevant in our daily lives. Information about our preferences, the rules we use, and even data about health are stored and used to identify diseases and even give genetic predispositions for everything. This issue we want to address in this article is the example to which the state can use, disclose, or even store our sensitive information about everything, really. For example, who was vaccinated, and these times and wherever time may be, when they were vaccinated, what type and brand of vaccine do they have received, or where they were vaccinated? Meaning country, meaning city, meaning within the city street, and within the city street, this hospital, private, public, or other health facility that they have received the vaccine. And even the time they do it and who does it. The professional who gives the vaccine is always stored, still stored till this day in the servers of the state. In Portuguese and Brazilian case, these states, they are law-abiding states, I think, and liberal ones, and Republican and Democratic ones, but wherever in the world, they do this the same way. So, we also address the question wherever it is the state's duty to ensure that only vaccinated people can circulate about or around and prohibit the movement of those who are not vaccinated. So this is a nowadays problem, an important issue that we have addressed for a communication of 15 minutes. It's almost impossible to address it, but I will try to do it most briefly if I can. Limitations of the use of stored data must be respected by all. especially by the respective countries or states subject to that laws. However, with data monitoring being carried out through geolocalization information, in really such limitations appear to be lacking everywhere. For example, under the premise of protection, personal data are being used, shared, and sold for creating campaigns to guarantee the right to health. According to law 13979 from Brazil was written in 7th of February of 2020, in the Article 6, we can see the sharing among federal, states, districts, and municipal public administration agencies of data essential to the identification of people infected or suspected to be infected with the coronavirus is mandatory. This is an actual law from Brazil, and it is carried out today for the sole purpose of preventing the spread of this disease, and so on and so on. We know here that the mandatory sharing of information does not entail any kind of consent by the data subject, the people that are going to have their vaccines taken in that state, nor does it grant the data subject the opinion to choose wherever or not to share this or their information with the state, as was originally foreseen in the data protection laws in Brazil, and it still stands. So that's a violation, at most, at least if you want. It only remains to be stated that, in practice, this is an arbitrary decision by the Brazilian state, not accompanied by any justified internal policy guidelines for data collection processing, security, and elimination, and by any transparency or limitations of the use of such data. The consent of the data subject is implicit. It's mandatory. They go to have the vaccine and they must share their data, all their data, their gender, their identification, their address, their age, other issues with their health, if they were contaminated earlier within a partner or another person, whatever. The consent of data subject is implicit, and therefore there is no protection of the data subject's privacy in Brazil nowadays, in our modest opinion. Vaccine certificate in Brazil, the COVID-19 digital certificate is required both in European Union and in Brazil. Governments therefore believe that they have managed to decrease the risk of transmission and even warranty that the strong restrictive measures implemented for those who are not vaccinated greatly contribute to the making of this process. In a way, the requirement of digital health certificates forces people to get vaccinated, albeit all the governments, without exception, say that the vaccine is not compulsory. So that's a contradiction on terms. They must have the vaccine, without that they cannot have their constitutional rights free of charge, but if they want, they can do not get it. But okay, it's like the air. You can breathe if you want, but you must pay. If you don't pay, you will die. So perhaps because we are living in a state of health emergency, we have a global vaccination obligation. In fact, there should be a global vaccination in law, if you want. If you can manage to get the part of liberal choice for everyone, and the constitutional rights by another way. So many things we should say about this question in Brazil, but because of the time, I'm going to share the vaccinate certificate in the European Union. I think mostly that our auditory abroad and here in this classroom, this auditorium are from Europe. So, and the Brazilians that are here are all complying to the European rules. The European Union also adopts the vaccine certification throughout this territory, and just like Brazil, has the data of all those who were vaccinated and have recovered from COVID-19. So if you have vaccine or if you have COVID-19 disease, you are in the databases, wherever they are in Brazil or in Europe. In the European Union, the digital COVID certificate is a digital document providing the person has been fully vaccinated against COVID-19, has recovered from the disease in a certain time, or has received a negative test at this time. Other features of the digital certificate, it is valid in all European Union member states, and it can be printed on paper or presented on mobile phone in digital form, and it has a QR code that can be read by a digital device. Most states and border services have it, some hospitals, but some do not have it. So you should have always with you in paper form, just in case. It is free of charge, potentially, because someone in the government department should pay for it, so it's tax paid, but it's free of charge per se. And the information is given in English or Portuguese. As in Brazil, it's the same thing. While the European Union itself does not restrict to free movement or unvaccinated people between member states, thus maintaining their fundamental rights to free movement, the member states may establish their own restrictive measures for unvaccinated people, either by setting quarantine periods or restricting entering into specified places, as hospitals, from nursing homes, from older people, from kindergartens, wherever. Responding to concerns about discrimination against unvaccinated people, it is possible to access the test results through the certificate, so such certificate is useful for everyone and serves everyone. It's more or less democratic. If you get paper, it's sure it's free, but you must have the device and you must pay for the device and have the data put it on there. So if you don't have a mobile phone or some printing device, you cannot have it. So potentially, like I said, for everyone. Regarding the protection of citizens' data in Europe, you can see that the European Union is careful to protect the right to privacy, and that according to the member states, data are not stored or kept when the certificate is checked in by other European countries other than within the European Union. We thus realize that data privacy is restricted to countries or to the country where the person resides, and this is also the case of these certificates and data in European Union. So going to our findings and our final considerations, what kind of conclusion, perhaps public policies will be giving this conclusion shortly or not. But in this case, privacy and security are two basic principles that rule of law must guarantee to every population. In a situation such as COVID-19 pandemics, the states have taken steps to keep the spread of the disease to a minimum, and this is undeniably a legitimate effort. They do it with good intentions. Both Brazil and European Union, such efforts were important for reducing the spread of the virus. Nevertheless, by creating this vaccine certificate, we compromised one of man's greatest principles, that is the freedom of circulation, the freedom of you to give or not to give your personal data and your personal authorization for them to be worldwide or European-wide or global Brazil-wide spread. It is the right for the state to decide, determine who can and cannot enter certain places in the name of the greater good. Is that so or not? That's a problem that we give to you for reflect on. It is fair or even legal, even in this scenario, to make data sharing mandatory without the consent of data against all signed laws in Brazil and European Union, against all, so perhaps it's a crime or not, but mostly a violation of the standard approved laws on protective data in Brazil or in Europe. These questions bring up a major debate on what is the right or wrong, what is the legal or appropriation, inevitable or not, showing us that in the name of such a greater good, the state can take decisions that affect the fundamental freedom of the individuals who are guarded by our presidents and our constitution. We know that personal information is a sensitive data and is often an incalculable value to companies. Monetary value is attached to it. They want our data for consuming purposes, for economic purpose, for these companies can sell us things that we think we need. There is no guarantee that that data about health falls in the right hands, in the good hands, in the righteous hands of only well-intentioned companies, being their medical companies, private or public ones, or whatever they may be. Even the vaccine producers have this data for scientific purpose, but without the signed consent of the patients. So, they have it wrongly. So, in this greater good, no signature is needed, no consent is needed, so they have it and they can do as they please with them. There's no control about it for the greater good. Is it greater good or greater bad? You must tell me in our debate. So, in our opinion, if the state can prohibit the movement of people in certain places, would it not be easier and fairer to guarantee the obligations of vaccination on a national and international level for reasons of greater force or force majeure, theoretically avoiding the current prohibitions of movements of individuals and the detainers of this data without consent? So, if you want, you must have your vaccine, and the state will oblige you to have it. That's a complicated issue. I don't know if you have constitutionalist professors in the room, but we are all teachers from the university, and some experts are in the room from protection of data. My brother is one of them on the Pellery, and other ones study these subjects on their papers in human rights, human health, and democratization. And myself, I'm not sure of this solution, but I'm not here to give answers, but to put out problems with our fellow investigators. So, despite the many crises in the history on the making, in the near future we may face the near health control, where the presentation of the COVID-19 vaccine certificate is, in fact, the next universal certificate. It's the next universal passport. If you don't have it, you cannot fly, you cannot go abroad, you cannot cross over the border. Do you think that's right or not? And even if you think it's right, do you think it's right to share the data without consent? It's obligated consent. I give you your right that you have by constitutional right to cross the border if you do what I'm demanding you to do, and I do whatever I please with your data without your consent. I don't think it doesn't sound right to us and not for me for sure. So, in order to guarantee citizens the right to enter supermarkets, hospitals, universities, airports, or all countries, we need to violate the law? I don't think so. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. It was quite a good one after mine because it is a little different aspects, but on the same topic. So it's really interesting to complete this, and I would be really happy to discuss further this topic with you, but maybe next time it is easier to be face to face, of course, for this discussion. So I hope we will have the opportunity to see each other in another context when the COVID is maybe gone and we can speak about these problems after. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I don't know if you have now the presentation of Danielle. Does it work or should we shift to another one?
Professor, we're going to try play the video now.
Okay, we can try it now. Okay.
Tira do bolso, fala.
We have no sound. Huh? I think it's a problem with the sound. Huh?
Doutora, eu não sei mexer nisso, eu não faço ideia. Sim, sim. Está a ouvir aí? Mas ali está. Muito desmonte. Professor, mas como?
Corta o som assim aí.
E agora outra vez. Olha. Tira o jogo da sala, por favor. Vai-se ouvir o computador do Fábio. Pode ser? Pode ser, mas, doutor, peça só para o Fábio tentar ativar o som. O som do meu computador.
We can see the presentation, but we can't hear now.
On the fact that the principle of the rule of law guarantees the respect of our rights and freedoms, and more precisely, in a state of law, public authorities are subject to the law, and they can only act on the.
Mas da microfonia, tem que desligar o som daquele aparelho que está lá a captar o som, entende? Então tem que ficar quietinho na sala para não microfonia.
Well, behind this background, we can ask ourselves, does the digital transformation during the pandemic meet the basic requirements of the rule of law? First of all, we are going to talk about the increased use of digital solutions during the corona pandemic, and then about the sustainability of data collection systems beyond the health crisis. So let's move on to the first part. Well, the use of foreign digital solutions and the loopholes in the European data privacy. What can we say about this? The pandemic has led many states and many actors, especially during the first lockdown, to increasingly use digital solutions which are provided by the private actors located outside of the European Union. The question is whether the transitioning data was stored securely and how its use is regulated. In Germany, as a direct response to the Schrems II judgment of 2020, well, since June 2021, the data protection supervisory authorities in Germany initiated a cross-border inspection of companies to implement the decision with a joint catalog of questions. These questions include information on the use of email service providers, web tracking, website hosting, and the handling of data from applicants and or customers, as well as the company's employees. And in France, in February 2022, the National Commission for Information Technology and Civil Liberties, we also know this under the abbreviation in French CNIL, issued a warning to several organizations using Google Analytics for the illegal transfer of data to the United States and asked them to comply with the regulations regarding the use of Google Analytics within 1 month, even though this deadline could be extended upon request. Well, this led to a first agreement between the United States and the European Union, and this agreement to regulate data flows between the US and the European Union. Even though irregularities seem to persist, the rule of law element of legal certainty, Rechtssicherheit in German, insists on the fact that all measures need a legal basis and should be interpreted even further. The state should have the means to protect its digital space and its users. Now I will talk about the accelerated establishment of digital identity. Generally speaking, the European Union has given the green light for a digital identity card to be soon introduced in accordance with the European law. In France, since August 2021, the new biometric identity card has been introduced in order to respect the European legislation regarding this matter, and the personal data on this new identity card are stored in a secured file, which is managed by the French Ministry of Interior. The European Health Pass, introduced in response to the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, is part of a process aimed at establishing a European vaccine passport, and it could be possible that anticipates the introduction of a generalized system in which identity will no longer be established by a tangible official document, such as an identity card, as we all possess, but rather by a digital wallet stored on a cloud and an application which conditions of storage may be imposed by the user who is, in fact, a citizen. Okay, now let's dive into the second part of this presentation and talk about the sustainability of data collection systems beyond the health crisis. Well, first of all, the role of tracing and tracking apps. In order to contribute to the management of the health crisis, the French and German governments have both, respectively, introduced tracing and tracking apps. But unlike the German Corona-Warn app or the French app, which is called Tous Anti-Covid, is not interoperable, and in other words, cannot exchange any data with another app. There have been many, many technologies launched since the beginning of the pandemic, and technology giants and startups are offering a host of solutions that include computer-based visual detection of vital signs, wearable devices that can give early indications of the virus, and multiple applications that monitor health parameters. You know, that can, for example, be a watch that you're wearing and which is measuring your health parameters. What about data sharing? Could it be seen as a tool to fight against the spread of the virus? In 2019, France deployed the Health Data Hub, created by a health data platform that includes the smart network data services and aims to make easier the access and use of this data, especially for research and innovative projects using artificial intelligence technologies. An electronic patient record, elektronische Patientenakte, has been introduced in Germany since January 2021, and it enables data to be exchanged between hospitals, doctors, pharmacies, and other healthcare providers. And it should also make it possible to make data available to research as in France. But the issue here is that only about 380,000 out of 73 million insured people in Germany currently use it. And there is no existent law under which the sensitive data can be used by research and science. But the Health Data Hub in France has been challenged for its indirect use of the Microsoft Azure solution, which is in the end American, and therefore subject to the American data protection law. The CNIL, the French authority organization which deals with the data regulation in France, decided that as the data of French citizens would have to be shared with the US in the case they ask for them, and therefore, well, in order to protect themselves from the scenario, they highly recommended the use of digital solutions within the European Union, and therefore to stop using the use of Microsoft Azure. Well, kindly let me add a few words to conclude. Faced with the major transformations brought about by technology, no single European, national, or regional response will be able to resolve the ethical or legal issues which have been raised during this presentation. A lot of projects and ideas for legal framework are being discussed by France, Germany, and the level of the European Union, and also on an international level. But let us admit the fact that digital transformation evolves rapidly, and we need to find a way to adapt more rapidly with legal solutions. Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, thank you to Danielle, who unfortunately can't be with us today. Yeah? My mic is there. Yes. Okay, so it was yeah, also interesting to complete this topic on COVID. We see that COVID is really a very large topic that can be treated in a lot of different ways. And we had recently a colloquium just on this COVID problematics for 2 or 3 days, and it is very interesting. And I think we will again work a lot on this topic. So our next presentation will be, so we will change the topic and we will come to another very important and current topic, the nuclear weapons. I think we are all afraid of this, and current challenges for them. Unfortunately, in our days, it had become really a current topic again. In Europe, the war is just in front of our doors. So I think we are really all concerned by this topic. So please, I give the floor to Catherine Maya and Jean-Marie Collin for the next 15 minutes. Thank you. And Catherine, you are there? And I saw also Jean-Marie Collin in the...
Hi, do you hear me correctly?
Hi.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jean-Marie.
Hi.
Maybe I will just say some words and then I give the floor to my colleague. It's okay for you, Jean-Marie?
Yeah, do it, Catherine.
Okay. So everybody, hello. First of all, I apologize because my camera is not working, but I am not going to talk much, and then my colleague will complete the presentation. Nevertheless, I would like to congratulate and thank you very much the organizers for holding this conference. The topic that we propose to address with my colleague Jean-Marie Collin, who is an expert and spokesperson for France of ICANN, is about nuclear weapons and current challenges. Last year, we published in Portugal a book in English precisely on this topic, which is important in at least two respects. Nuclear weapons are the most dangerous weapons on Earth. One can destroy a whole city, potentially killing millions of people and threatening the natural environment and lives of future generations through its long-term catastrophic effects. In 2021, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons entered into force. It contains for the first time a comprehensive set of prohibitions on participating in any nuclear weapon activities, including undertakings not to develop, test, produce, acquire, possess, stockpile, use, or threaten the use of nuclear weapons. And a few days ago, the first conference of states parties to this treaty was held in Vienna, Austria, to debate and convene about further developments. So it is precisely about these developments that my colleague will talk about now. I give the floor to my colleagues and to continue this presentation, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. I think you heard me correctly, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. And me, I'm sorry, but I have another meeting that is actually in the middle of the city in Lyon. So that's why you see me inside the nature. We have a change of our time. So that's the reason why I'm behind. You have trees because we're in a very beautiful part of Lyon. As Catherine said, we published last year a book, and it's a real honor for me to speak at your conference. It's a crucial time in a period of war, a crisis. And I'm going to give you some words on this topic, nuclear weapons, normative evolution, and prior world. A few days ago, Catherine mentioned that they will have the first meeting of the Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And as I quote, the UN Secretary General says, nuclear weapons are a global scourge, a deadly reminder of countries' inability to solve problems through dialogue and collaborations. These weapons offer false promise of security and deterrence, while guaranteeing only destructions, death, and endless brinkmanship. Today, the terrifying lessons of Hiroshima and Nagasaki are fading from memory. And that's why the TPNW was created and adopted in July 2017. To never forget the lesson of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and to remember that first we spoke about weapons of mass destruction that can be used, and we will have some enormous consequences. In our book, as we publish, we can see that there is a multiplicity of perceptions of nuclear weapons. You can understand that the threat of use of nuclear weapons is different if you live in Japan, Costa Rica, France, or Portugal. The responsible of this threat of use, again, is different when you live in one of these countries. But the unique common characteristic is that, as the International Committee of the Red Cross mentioned, and said that since 1945, the detonations of nuclear weapons will create a massive humanitarian consequences, not only on the target countries that was targeting, but also in the rest of the world, as different studies show it. And that's the reason why in 2010 was launched the initiative, the humanitarian initiative, to proceed and to think how states and civil society can work together to eliminate nuclear weapons. As we know, law is an evolutionary process, and we can say that right now in 2022, we are exactly and definitively inside this evolutionary process. If the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT, was signed and adopted and trying to force in 1970, is the cornerstone of the global regime of nuclear non-proliferations and works on non-proliferation, disarmament, and pacific use of the nuclear energy. This treaty, the NPT, was complete, had some different kind of loophole. And that's the reason why it was complete by different other treaties like the CTBT, the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaties, or even some states would like to have another treaty. It's called the FMCT, the Fissile Material Cutoff Treaty. And one of the other loopholes is that the NPT didn't prohibit completely and globally the nuclear weapons. That's why in 2017, you had some negotiation inside the UN process to create a new legal instrument that will prohibit completely the nuclear weapons. The TPNW was adopted and entered into force in 2021, as Catherine said, to engage a large different focus with different actors, states, civil society, international organizations, to see how they can prohibit and eliminate nuclear weapons. In this period of global crisis, the TPNW is the exception, and show that there is a new vision, and it's a new thinking, new thought to fight this global threat. They try to show, and they show it, that nukes are really weapons of mass destruction and not a defense policy as known under the name deterrence. And all of these states demonstrate, so by all of these states, I mean 122 states, which is the large majority of states across the world, has 65, actually 66 since this morning, has Malawi ratified, so 66 countries decide to ratify these treaties. And these states show how many hopes and challenges there are in a plural world. All of them works on different way inside the TPNW to prohibit and to be sure that nuclear weapons will never produce or use or try to use across the world. And one of the aspects of our books that we show is that notably the different contributors of the book show how it's important to give voice to all, because as I said at the beginning, it depends where you live across the world, you can see the use, the targets of nuclear weapons differently. And by giving the voice to all of these new authors that are majority youth persons, to understand the problem, it helps really a lot for the implementations or for the understanding, of the treaties. Doesn't mean that the oldest treaties has the NPT should be replaced by the newest treaty, the NPT, by TPNW. Obviously not. The TPNW really come to fill the gap of the NPT, and that's one of the conclusion of the book, is that more we have laws, so treaties, more and better the world will be secure. I will stop my presentation here, and as I really encourage all of you to see the last article we published with Catherine. It's an op-ed on the newspaper named El Observador, as we spoke about the TPNW and the link with Portugal. Then I thank you a lot.
Hello, so thank you very much for your short and very efficient presentation, and I think it gives to all of us a matter to think about it and to go further and to read this article you mentioned. I think it's really a very important topic now in our world, and we should all go deeper into this. But thank you very much for this idea to go further with your different articles on this topic. Yes, as we are really limited by the time, unfortunately, it would be very interesting to have more discussions on this topic. But I think we are already nearly close to the coffee break, and I would like to invite the next presentators, Murilo Couto Lacerda and Carolina Merida. Are they there? Huh? And they are from the Lusophone University of Porto and from ICANN, no, sorry, I'm from the University of Rio Verde. Sorry, I missed something here. So you both are from the University of Rio Verde, and the topic is an update of agricultural public policies as a way to ensure social well-being. So we are already in the topic of social well-being before the conference after on law and happiness. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
They're coming, or?
Here.
Yes.
No. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. I want to greet all the visitors here, and in the person of the Professor Stephanie Dijou from the Paris NANTERRE University. Well, the topic that I'm going to expose today is research Professor Carolina Merida at the University of Rio Verde, entitled Update of Agriculture, Public Policy and a Way to Ensure Social Well-Being. Public policy for agriculture in Brazil dates from 1988 with the enactment of the Constitution of the Federative Republic of Brazil and the law which sets the foundation, defines the objective and the institutional competence, provides of resource and establish the action and instruments of agriculture policy in relation to agriculture and agribusiness activity and the planning of fishing and forest activities in Brazil. From the front, we realize the need to update public agriculture policy. Brazilian agribusiness, since these are skillful to minimize social inequality, strengthen the national economy, food supply, and consequently responsible for promoting social well-being. It is believed that the effectiveness of the guidelines recommended in the Brazilian agrarian legislation depends on the commitment of the government to implementation of public policy for development and rural financial oriented towards sustainable development and the sustainable food production incompatible with the colonial production model until today. The ongoing research is based on the analysis of the legislative chain of public policies for agriculture, the 2020 to 2022 crop plans and minister documents. It is possible to consider the hypothesis that the guidelines established for the agriculture development
Jetzt kommt gar nichts mehr. Ne? Ich höre dich nicht.
Hörst du mich?
Jetzt ja.
Ich gehe raus.
Jetzt
Gehe
sind wir
raus
weg.
und wieder rein.
Ja. Aber die anderen sind, glaube ich, noch da. Auch, aber probier mal und sag mir, ob es geht.
Ja, ich vergesse. Irgendwie komme ich jetzt auch nicht raus. Komisch. Oh, ich will nicht. Was ist das denn hier? Jetzt komme ich hier noch nicht mal raus. Das ist komisch.
Sorry, Professor, maybe we go for a coffee break now because we have
Yes, I see we have some technical problems. I didn't hear anyone, but okay, Kerstin is out now. Okay, so we can have a coffee break and we can see if it's, yeah, who will be there after for the presentation and if it's working.
Okay, Professor.
Okay.
Right.
So how many minutes? 50 minutes coffee break or?
Yes. That's good.
Yeah, 15 minutes, that's okay. Okay, see you at 5:15. 5:15 French time, so in Portugal it's 4:15. Thank you.
It's good for me. Thank you.
Thank you, bye. See you.
Das war es jetzt von alleine wieder gekommen.
Du bist jetzt von allein wiedergekommen, aber er hat es jetzt abgebrochen und gesagt, wir machen jetzt Coffee Break, weil es irgendwie nicht ging.
Wahrscheinlich gibt es jetzt einfach Coffee.
Hm.
Hello, Charles.
Okay, so let's have a coffee break and we will be back in 15 minutes. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so see you.
Okay, see you then.
Hallo?
Stephanie?
Ja, es geht wieder los. Hello, you are back. Camera. So. Hello. I hope internet is doing better now. It's working better now, but
no. Hallo alle.
It seems not. Okay, now. Okay, are you back? Can we proceed again?
Yes, Professor.
Okay, so we can now hear the presentation about the update of agricultural public policies as a way to ensure social well-being by Murilo Couto Lacerda and Carolina Merida from the University of Rio Verde. Your floor, it's yours. The floor is yours.
Professor, it's the next one.
Are we come to the next one?
Yes, it's
because
the law of happiness.
Okay, law and happiness, because I didn't hear the previous one, but it's no problem. Okay, so we have also Murilo Couto Lacerda and Marina Garcia de Pina Cabral from the same University of Rio Verde, Law and Happiness. Thank you. Okay, it's by video. Does it work? Can we start or?
Okay, Professor.
Yes.
To the next one.
We switch to the next one. Okay, so we will try to resolve this technical problems. Okay, so the next one is Jacqueline Hellmann from the Universidad Europea de Madrid, a comparative legal approach towards the universal jurisdiction principle.
I'm afraid Jacqueline is not here, so we can move on to Charles.
Okay. And we have no video. Okay, so we will go to Charles de Sousa Trigueiro, Universidade Federal de Paraíba. And the title is quite difficult for me, O Direito à Vida Absoluto e Universal, Analise do caso de infanticídio de indígenas com deficiência. I hope you understand.
Olá, boa tarde a todos. Então,
Estou com problema na câmera, eu vou deixar ela assim embaçada que fica melhor. Então, o tema do meu artigo é sobre o infanticídio das crianças indígenas que nascem com deficiência. Porque as tribos indígenas no Brasil costumam cometer o infanticídio contra crianças indígenas ou gêmeos, o segundo filho gêmeos, baseado na mitologia guarani. Aqui na mitologia tem uma história parecida com a história de Rômulo e Remo, lá de Roma, que foram amamentados pela loba, e Remo depois matou Rômulo. Na mitologia dos índios Guarani, existiam dois índios, um chamado Jaci e o outro chamado Guaraci. E Jaci matou Guaraci, e eles dois tinham sido amamentados pela loba, pela onça, não por uma loba, pela onça pintada ali na região do Pantanal. Então, depois dessa mitologia, eles costumaram matar o segundo filho gêmeo. E, posteriormente, começaram também a matar as crianças com deficiência, porque como eram sempre tribos nômades, que caminhavam pela floresta, eles consideravam que carregar consigo as crianças com deficiência era um problema. Então, começaram a fazer um infanticídio contra eles. O que é que acontece? Hoje em dia, existe um PL para proibir tal prática, a tal prática do infanticídio. O projeto de lei quer incriminar o infanticídio das crianças com deficiência indígena. Só que esse PL ele vai de encontro a dois princípios dos direitos humanos internacionais, que é o princípio do universalismo e o princípio do relativismo cultural, né? O universalismo diz que os direitos humanos são universais para todos os seres humanos. E o relativismo diz que a cultura de cada povo deve ser levada em conta. Então, por exemplo, na questão do direito das mulheres muçulmanas de usar o véu, como teve confusão naquele tempo na França, que elas usavam a burca nas praias e o governo francês quis proibir. Acontece que, no caso do uso das vestimentas, né, do uso da mulher muçulmana usar esse tipo de roupa, é um relativismo que dá para ser relativizado, porque aquele direito ali não defende o direito de outra pessoa, não defende o direito de ninguém, apenas o direito daquelas ditas mulheres. Então, dá para ser relativizado. Já na questão do infanticídio, o que eu defendo na presente comunicação é que a cultura antropológica dos povos indígenas em matar suas crianças com deficiência não pode ser relativizada. Por quê? Porque ele confronta um outro direito, que é o direito à vida, um direito universal, ou seja, vai estar agredindo não só a cultura, mas justamente o direito daquela criança de nascer com vida, de permanecer com vida, de ter uma vida. Então, eu defendo que deve ser feito um trabalho junto à FUNAI para que as populações indígenas sejam educadas sobre o aspecto dos direitos humanos, para que elas possam retirar daquela cultura deles essa cultura de matar, de eliminar, de provocar um infanticídio contra as crianças com deficiência. Então, acho que o que eu tinha para falar sobre o artigo já consegui resumir, já consegui falar tudo, e agora eu fico aberto às perguntas, ao espaço de vocês para as perguntas.
Professor, I think it's the presentation is finished, so Can you?
Okay, thank you. I can hear you. Yes, thank you very much. Unfortunately, as I don't understand Portuguese, I couldn't know when is the end of the presentation. But child, thank you very much. Even if I'm very sorry I was not able to understand or not only a word. But I think for our colleagues that can understand the Portuguese language, it was very interesting. Thank you so much for your presentation. And yeah, I don't know, because now we are at the end of my part of the program. If it is not possible to hear the other presentation by video, like this one of Law and Happiness, or yeah, and the other, maybe they are not there. So how should we proceed? Because we had already the coffee break. So now, I don't know if we shift to the second group where my colleague Kerstin Peglov is a moderator. What do you think? Or do we have still other presentation of the first group? The time is already, yeah, the time for the second group, but
I'm sorry, Professor, can you repeat, please? Professor. Okay, yes, you can go, Okay. Okay, Professor Kerstin, you can go on. You can start your part.
Okay, thank you so much. I didn't understand so far. Okay, so we come now to the second group of presentations and to the second group of speakers today. I don't know who of the speakers will have a speech by video or online or in real. I see some of the speakers in the room. The first of the speakers will be Ottmar Seul. You know, he is the founder of our NANTERRE network. Unfortunately, he couldn't join you in Porto. So I don't know if he sent something which will be presented by a student, or if he sent a video. I'm not, I don't know. Fabio.
The next one, Viviane, is here. She's with us. No, Ottmar did send a video or a registration. So you can go on to the next one. The Viviane.
Okay. So I don't know. So the next one is a speaker from the University of Porto, Lusophone University of Porto. Her name is Viviane Macedo Garcia. Is she there?
Yes, she's here.
Okay, great. So she will speak in Portuguese. Arbitragem em contratos públicos no Brasil e em Portugal, estudo comparativo. So what I understand, this is comparative studies on arbitration, maybe, I don't know what, in Brazil and Portugal. I don't know if this is right, but please go ahead and yes, Viviane Macedo Garcia.
Thank you, Professor. I would like to thank, I will talk in Portuguese because it's there to me, but I will do a comparative study of arbitration in public contracts in Brazil, according to the jurisprudence of the Superior Court of Justice in Brazil, and the use of consensual means of resolution by the public administration em Portugal. Bem, eu vou fazer a minha fala em português, só dizendo que eu esqueci de tratar o assunto do meu trabalho. Eu fiz um estudo comparativo entre o uso da arbitragem em contratos públicos em Portugal e o uso de arbitragem em contratos públicos no Brasil. Em Portugal, a Constituição portuguesa ela já trata da arbitragem, muito embora aqui em Portugal nós temos o direito, né, a justiça administrativa, no Brasil nós temos só a justiça, o monopólio da justiça pelo Poder Judiciário, nós não temos tribunais administrativos, em Portugal nós temos tribunais administrativos, mas ainda assim a Constituição portuguesa ela diz expressamente a respeito da arbitragem, então o uso da arbitragem em contratos públicos em Portugal não é considerado uma contrariedade ao monopólio, né, da justiça administrativa, ou não é considerado que esteja em confronto com a existência de uma justiça administrativa, né, do Tribunal Administrativo Português. Bom, no Brasil, sempre existiu a discussão se os contratos públicos poderiam ser submetidos à arbitragem. O Tribunal de Contas da União tinha uma decisão antiga de que não seria possível o uso da arbitragem, e essa questão só foi solucionada em 2015 com a alteração da nossa lei de arbitragem, que expressamente previu a possibilidade de que os contratos públicos sejam submetidos à arbitragem, e neste caso eles não poderão ser sigilosos. A sentença arbitral não pode ser sigilosa, tendo em vista a exigência de transparência da administração pública. A arbitragem, a partir de 2015, ela vem sendo utilizada paulatinamente no Brasil. Ainda temos, né, iniciativas tímidas nos estados e nos municípios. Os municípios, somente nos últimos 5 anos, a partir até de um trabalho feito pelo próprio judiciário, de incentivar o uso da arbitragem, que tem sido utilizada a arbitragem pelos municípios. O governo federal já fez a regulamentação, o governo federal vem utilizando a arbitragem nos contratos administrativos, mas aqui em Portugal, a utilização do contrato da arbitragem para contratos administrativos, ela já vem consolidada há muitos anos. Então, no modelo português, nós vemos esse uso da arbitragem como realmente uma forma de solução dos conflitos da administração pública, dos conflitos patrimoniais da administração pública, de uma forma muito eficiente, e aí retirando, né, do Tribunal Administrativo alguns problemas que seriam submetidos a ele. E temos, eu acredito, né, e no meu trabalho eu defendo isso, que é possível a importação de alguns elementos dessa arbitragem portuguesa para o Brasil, principalmente para ser realizada por meio de consórcios públicos no Brasil. Hoje ainda não temos nenhum consórcio público que tenha câmara de arbitragem. Os consórcios públicos no Brasil, a exemplo das entidades intermunicipais aqui de Portugal, eles são faz parte da administração direta dos municípios no Brasil, é uma entidade, né, de direito público, e eu tenho defendido lá, a partir desse trabalho que eu fiz, desse estudo que eu fiz, comparativo aqui com a legislação de Portugal, eu tenho defendido lá em alguns consórcios que eu trabalho, a realização da arbitragem nos consórcios públicos, ao invés de cada município criar o seu sistema de arbitragem, a sua câmara arbitral. Eu tenho defendido que isso seja feito nos consórcios, porque eu entendo que os consórcios conseguem ter uma estrutura melhor para fazer esse trabalho. E hoje, eu estou trabalhando no Brasil, em Minas Gerais, com 16 consórcios, no Mato Grosso do Sul, com 2 consórcios, e a ideia está muito difundida, e acredito que em pouco tempo nós teremos aí os primeiros trabalhos, né, via consórcio público, de arbitragem em contratos públicos, né, a criação de câmaras arbitrais em consórcios públicos no Brasil. Então, acredito que essa será uma solução muito importante para a administração pública dos municípios, que hoje não conseguem resolver de forma adequada, né, a solução dos seus conflitos, já que o Poder Judiciário hoje não dá conta de realmente atender, e aí quem advoga no Brasil sabe que uma ação judicial demora 5, 10, 15 anos, Então, a gente precisa de uma solução que seja mais efetiva e também para que o particular que contrata com a administração pública tenha também uma solução dos seus conflitos com a administração pública, que hoje também o particular acaba sendo um risco aumentado a contratação com o poder público, já que a gente sabe que se precisar de recorrer ao poder judiciário, teremos aí uma longa caminhada, uma longa estrada, e depois ainda vai a precatória, demora mais não sei quantos anos. Então, por esse motivo, eu acredito que será uma grande solução para os municípios, principalmente para os municípios de médio e pequeno porte. O meu estado, Minas Gerais, tem 853 municípios. Desses 853, 79% tem menos de 20 mil habitantes, então, um município com menos de 20 mil habitantes, eu acredito que dificilmente conseguiria criar uma estrutura adequada para ter uma arbitragem própria. Então, eu acredito que será uma solução adequada, de acordo com o direito, e que trará uma maior eficiência para a administração na gestão dos seus contratos. Bom, eu acho que essa é a minha fala e eu estou à disposição, se alguém tiver alguma pergunta.
Uma pergunta.
Claro, professora.
A lei de codagem tributária já seguiu ou ainda está em discussão lá no nosso Parlamento?
Hoje no Brasil a gente tem a lei de arbitragem voluntária, que é ainda aquela lei antiga, isso, que foi alterada em 2015.
Eles estavam a preparar uma parecida com a nossa, quer dizer,
sim,
inspirada no modelo português.
Mas no Brasil, a União ela já regulamenta a arbitragem no âmbito federal, alguns estados também, e alguns municípios, poucos municípios, têm implantado a arbitragem. Então, como o município ele tem autonomia para fazer a regulamentação, eu acredito que seria uma forma mais rápida de os municípios, pelo menos, resolverem os problemas.
Okay, I think we can go on.
Okay, so thanks a lot, because I'm always a little bit lost if I don't understand. Thanks a lot for this presentation. I think I took a look on the translation, and with a deep L. So they told me it was international law and the primacy of the European law in Portugal. I think it was that, and this is in fact a very interesting topic. Well, okay, thank you very much for this presentation. So we come now to another presentation in Portuguese from Mario Simões Barata and Eugenio Lucas. Are they here or?
Yes, Professor Mario is here.
Yeah, okay, Professor Barata, okay, from the Polytechnic University of Leiria. It's called Reto Internacional Constance. No, I'm wrong. I was already with the next presentation for my English translation. I'm sorry. It's the Reto Internacional Constitucio e Opomado do Direito da União Europeia in Portugal. So please go ahead. I'm so sorry. And we are listening now to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Em primeiro lugar, gostaria de agradecer à organização nomeadamente pela ajuda e a Universidade de Sófona pela oportunidade de apresentar esta comunicação, mas quando a sua preparação constatei que a esmagadora maioria dos intervenientes seriam não portugueses. Daí que, no fundo, eu preparei a minha intervenção na língua inglesa. Due to the fact that a large number of the participants in this conference are non-Portuguese speakers, I prepared an English version of my presentation. Therefore, my paper is subordinated to international law, the Constitution, and the primacy of European Union law in Portugal. As for an introduction, during the summer of 2020, in the midst of the first wave of the pandemic here in Portugal, the Portuguese Constitutional Court handed down the seminal judgment on the
Hast du noch was?
Portuguese company that exported wine to Angola filed a legal case in the national courts that reached our Supreme Court. The company argued that the regulation was unclear as to the exact moment when the bank guarantees could be deemed to be extinct, and that it also discriminated between exporters. The national courts that heard this and another case regarding the same question requested a preliminary ruling from the Court of Justice of the European Union, and the dispute was settled according to the ruling and clarifications from the Court of Luxembourg. The Supreme Court confirmed the lower court rulings regarding the legal criteria relative to the export subsidy and the extinction of the bank guarantee and found no discrimination. However, the Portuguese commercial company filed an appeal and sustained that the Supreme Court's decision was unconstitutional due to the fact that it violated Article 13 of our Constitution that consecrates the principle of equality. This conflict triggered an analysis of the primacy of European Union, the relationship between EU law and the Constitution, which is regulated in Section 4 of Article 8 of our national fundamental law. The section in question states the following: the provision of the treaties that govern the European Union and the rules emanating from its institutions in the exercise of their respective powers are applicable in the domestic order under the terms defined with respect for the fundamental principles of democratic rule of law. Now, moving on to the Constitutional Court's reasoning. In its reasoning, the court identified the central question of the appeal, that is, the appellant's claim that the Constitutional Court should control or verify a legal norm that belongs to European Union law, with the interpretive published by the CJEU in terms of its compliance with the constitutional principle of equality, that is, prohibition of discrimination, enshrined in Article 13. Consequently, the Constitutional Court had to determine whether it can evaluate constitutional compliance in the Union, under what conditions and what positions. The Constitutional Court began this task by stating that the answer lies in the interpretation of Section 4 of Article 8 of the Portuguese Constitution. The norm implicitly raises the question of the impact of two European Union law principles on the legal order of the member states, direct effect and the principle of primacy of European Union law. The Constitutional Court then recalled Banjan and Luz and Costa versus Canal cases. It noted that the primacy principle is not codified in the treaties, although it was consecrated in the treaty, and the Constitutional Treaty, this treaty never entered into force, and the Lisbon Treaty does not refer to this principle. However, the court notes that it cannot ignore the important case law of the CJEU and the reaffirmation of this principle in subsequent cases, such as the Internationale and Singapore judgments, which are considered as foundational, and the task of the European Court of Justice to ensure that in the interpretation and application of the treaties, the law is observed in order to avoid fragmentation, subordination, and as well as the weakening of the European Union. The primacy principle affirmed in Costa versus NL decision is not about hierarchy, but about precedence over national law in situations of competition or conflict between legal rules. This is in fact the understanding of the scope of primacy in the referential framework constructed by the CJEU, which has always stated it is deeply in relation to all the norms of domestic law of the member states, regardless of their hierarchical levels, including, therefore, those of a constitutional nature. However, a reference to the Constitution only appeared in a decision of the European Court of Justice in the Internationale and the Gesellschaft judgment of 1970. Having recalled the meaning of primacy, the Constitutional Court affirmed that the European Union law takes precedence over
Elas estão a ouvir?
Sorry, Professor, can you hear me? Professor Kirsten.
I can hear you again. Thank you for reestablishing the connection.
So the Zoom system here in Lusofna has shut down.
Okay.
Use this computer. So for the next presentations, they will be presential in person. So you will hear them from my computer.
Okay. So was the last presentation? It was it finished? I don't know. Or...
Yes, the last presentation was finished.
Okay. So we proceed now with Lorenzo Burgosa from Salamanca. Is this right? Or
we're gonna go next, Giorgio.
Ah, Giorgio. Okay. Giorgio's now next. Okay. So Giorgio Galizzioli from Italy. Yes.
You're gonna make the presentation with my computer because the system has shut down. Okay. The PowerPoints, no, because the system has shut it down, so I can send the audience the PowerPoints later. Okay. If you don't mind. It would be more complicated. But I can share. I'm sorry. I can share your PowerPoints here for the processor for the.
So I can activate this. I didn't see it.
I'm sorry. Let me just do this. I'm trying to share my screen with them. Okay. Not that one. This one. Okay. So, Professor, can you see, Professor Kirsten?
Yeah, I see everything. It's perfect.
Okay.
And I see also Giorgio. Hello, Giorgio. We know each other from Porto the first time. A very warm welcome. We went to Porto. We thought we could meet now in Porto, but unfortunately,
here.
Okay.
It didn't happen. So Giorgio Galizzioli is an ancient farmer. He worked before for the European Commission.
Yeah, exactly.
Now he will tell us something about EU law, transposition into EU law of international organizations decisions. So please go ahead.
Thanks, Kirsten. First of all, I want to thank the organizer, Professor Vega, and my good friend Otmar. So to have invited me in my position, or my capacity not to be at all an academic professor, but just a former European Commission official, and just because of my experience in the Commission, I want to talk to you about the transposition of international organization decision, not to talk about transposition because it's a technical thing that is not very interesting, but because I'm, given the experience I have the feeling that there are a creeping conflict between the institution now in this particular field, in particular the field where the European community has an exclusive competence, which is trade and fisheries. I will talk about fisheries because it's the area I know better, because I was official in agricultural fishery for decades. And I noticed this change in the practices that I think is worrying. In the past, there was a lot of conflict between the member states. One of the big conflicts was, of course, about the UK. And the conflict was also in the fishery with the UK. So finally, the UK decided, as you know, to leave. So we are talking about transposition. Just an example to put in evidence the difficulties there are now in the community machinery. This is the article. I'm not going to explain to you the article of the Lisbon Treaty. I just to focus on some point. The first point is the attributional competence. Article 16 and 17 of the treaty, they say we have one body with the Commission who would make proposal, and then there is the legislative body, which are the Council and the Parliament, normally together, but in certain cases, notably in the fisheries, the Council can take decision alone. But what is important, you need a proposal. And the European Union, as in the past, the community, international personality, legal personality, so they can go and negotiate with other member states, with other countries, and conclude agreement. This agreement creates legal effects that are binding on the member states. This article 216 until 219 the article has been worked out deeply for the change in the Lisbon Treaty, but they don't have the success they were expecting, because there we have a problem. This negotiation got to agreement. There are more than 200 agreements. Just to make a reference here, and we have Brazil, we have the Mercosur agreement, we have Switzerland, we have an agreement with Switzerland, although now at this day we have a more disagreement with our friends from Switzerland. But the point I want to focus in is not about disagreement, because there is no real problem. It's what we have also in the past. It's the fact that this agreement can create bodies, and these bodies can take a decision. What about this decision? This is the problem, because if you have a 200 and more agreement, if you have more than 200 bodies, and these bodies make a lot of decisions, what's happening with this decision? How would this decision have a legal effect on member states once they are binding by the agreement, but they are after to the citizens? You know, we are talking about the primacy of the community law. The community law is expressed by essentially by regulation and directive. The regulation that are immediately applicable, directive need transposition. The word transposition is always a word in which we have to focus. So going in the fishery sector, there is what they are called the regional fishery management organization, which has become more and more important. There are 17. I will show you. They cover all the ocean, and about ocean there was in Lisbon until yesterday a big conference about the ocean and how to save the planet. In particular, our planet is water, because water is most of the part of our planet. And this regional fishery management was set up years and years ago. And the main purpose of this was just to discuss about scientific data, and then to see how many fish there is in the sea and what you're going to fish in this area, what you're going to fish in that area. This was for decades. Then the thing got changed because the regional fishery management organization acquired a law-making process. And this is the problem. The EU can adhere on this, to this agreement, to this body, only when the agreement recognizes the possibility to have a regional economic integration organization to apply. That's an example. There has been a lot of fight toward this. It's the FAO in Rome. The community was not a part of the FAO until the FAO introduced what is called the RIO clause, meaning regional integration, economic integration organization can join. What is a regional economic integration organization? It's an organization where the organization can act, they are binding to the members. If the European Union take a decision, this decision is binding for all the member states, for all the 27 member states. That is the regional organization. So when the EU is sitting in the FAO, except for certain in the area where it is exclusively competent, like fisheries, what the EU decide in FAO is binding on the member states. Now I say the EU is part on 17 RFAO. The problem that we have is where we want to focus in, because there I see the conflict, is what is the decision of the effect, legal effect of the decision adopted by RFAO. This is just a bit of geography. This is all the RFAO, not tuna. There is a spot in purple in the middle, the Mediterranean Sea, which is where the problems are in particular important. This is non-tuna. Look how many area of the world they cover, and these are the tuna. The two combined, practically all the ocean are under the control of the regional fishery management organization. Okay, what's the problem? The problem is, for the Commission, is a question of efficiency. It's nonsense to say the Commission, if you have adopted decision, that nobody apply. What's happened in the past was that with ICCAT, which is the most important and concern Portugal, concern Brazil, they take a decision about decision about the engine fishing altogether, and nobody applies. It's no sense to have, it's just a waste of time. What they decide in order to ensure, I would say, the ocean international governance is to say, when a body like this take a decision, this must be absolutely immediately applied by the contracting parts of this organization. So that's correct, but the problem is that it's not like simple as that. The Commission omit, it make a shortcut. What is said in English? The Commission said this. The text here is extracted by Commission of country. sorry, by commission. Yes, I'm sorry. I was talking about the two. I haven't seen nothing. Okay, it's a pity. In a very first act of a proposal, which is called normal inception impact assessment. As in, when you are putting the ideas, then it will be shared with other services. It will be discussed. It will go to the consultative body to go into details. In the first paper, the Commission say, when this text is approved by the RFMO, is binding on you, which is strange that for the first act, instead of insisting on the importance of what you're doing, is say you can do nothing that accept. Omitting to say that every contracting part has a right to object first. It's stood as a short period, 120 days from the adoption to object. But also true that I come back for the first things that the legislative power is not in the hand of the Commission. The legislative power is in the hand of the Council and the Parliament together. You can't say, I put a proposal, the proposal is negotiated in RFMO, I have a mandate, my mandate is very general, I have a mandate, the RFMO decide, what's the consequence? You, member state, you are all obliged. I haven't said nothing about it. This real distortion of the mechanics of the democratic process, where there is an executive organ, they put the proposal on the table and the other discuss and they accept. But in order to be compulsory to the citizen, to the operator, to the fisherman, there's in any case one condition. The treaties say you have to publish in the official journal. If you don't publish in the official journal, it can be binding to anyone. And just to publish in the official journals can be made in 120 days or even in 6 months, because they have to translate it 27 languages. It takes time. Of course, you can make retroactive. If you make retroactive, you can go also in this problem, because if you are reducing the right, you risk to have someone going to the court. Always in order to avoid to have to go through all the procedure, the mechanical procedure they are in the law-making process between the Commission and the EU is very complex, because from the proposal, we had all the internal consultation, then you go to the Council, then you go to the Parliament, then you have to consult the stakeholder, then you have the committees, and then you have I mean, with the parliament, it became seems more and more difficult. So they are now you have the dialogue and the trilogue. It takes normally, as the commission say, it takes normally 18 months for the proposal to be transposed, to be became a real definitive act. But the commission say there is no obligation to go to impact assessment because it's binding. There's no obligation to go to the general opinion. I don't know if I ever say the commission, if any new proposal is published in a portal, it's called Have You Say. Every citizen has normally 2 to 4 months to make comments. You may make comments on the color of the pencil, but you can make comments on the fishery sector. That, I mean, it's clear there's something that doesn't work. In any case, we have said the transposition is not mechanical. The transposition means you have to elaborate. You have to make this in conformity with the previous rules. They are marginal. What's happened if a recommendation for a RFMO that became binding has been modified by another recommendation? Are you going to change what is supposed to be EU law already? It's really impossible to follow the Commission this reasoning. But why I wanted to show you the pink area, the Mediterranean. So you can imagine the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean is a specific regional fishery management organization. It's called General Fishery Commission for the Mediterranean. A very old 1949. There are 22 contracted parties, because it's not only EU, it's all the Mediterranean, the Black Sea area. There are 22 contracted parties. There are now 10 member states. There will be 14 when the 4 candidate states will become a day member state, and maybe 15 because now also Ukraine has been allowed the title of candidate states. And the strange thing is that to have a decision adopted, you need a 50% majority. And the second strange thing in this case, contrary to all the other regional fishery management organizations, the Commission has not once voted, but a number of votes of these contracted parties. To have 10 votes, a package of 10 votes, which is totally unusual. But what does it mean with 10 votes? It means that when you go there, you decide already. When you prepare a proposal, you present a proposal, you know that the proposal is going through. So what's in practice? Until 1999, when the Commission adhered, the EU adhered, presented by the Commission to the General Fishery Commission for the Mediterranean, this was a very quiet body. From 2019 until now, they are adopting some 15 to 35 recommendations every year. So in practical terms, it's the Commission that decide what are the decision of this body. But it's not only the fact that they said it because of 10 vote on the 20s, but because the texts are from the Commission. The texts are draft recommendation tabled by the Commission on the table of the meetings. They meet once a year, and there is no control. There's no respect of the internal procedure. There is no signature of a Director General. There is no signature of a Commissioner. This is absolutely incredible. I mean, and when you fix the TAC, there is no proposal about that are the allowance, the fishing possibility they are shared at the end of the year. There is not even a proposal. It's what is called non-paper of the Commission. Non-paper of the Commission are normally used, but you can't use a non-paper, which is like a proposal, except there is no number of proposals. It's officially transmitted by the Secretariat of the Council as a commission document as a non-paper. I mean, this is something that absolutely strange. So I think these are the things they are strange. So what they're doing, why the commission feel very comfortable with this. Yesterday I've been a meeting in Rome by a consultancy on this advisory group committee, which dealing also with Mediterranean, and they talk about the lawmaking process of the General Fishery Commission for the Mediterranean. And this organization, they can adopt two things: resolution or recommendation. Recommendation are, you can't, the words is clear. It's clear everywhere in the treaty, it's clear in international law what is a recommendation. But the Commission invented a definition that is called binding recommendation, which is nonsense. It's a tricky stuff. And on the binding recommendation, they see to overcome the terminological difficulties in the document, you will see there is written the FMO took a decision and brackets recommendation, or you see the FMO adopt a recommendation and to bracket binding decision, which is a real playing with the word. So what are you going to do? It's going to do that people react. They react very badly last year because in the Mediterranean is a big problem. I mean, in Atlantic, the situation, the status is improving. The status of the fish stock is improving. In the Mediterranean is very bad. Almost 60% of the species are overfished. So there is a very troubled situation. And they have adopted through this recommendation decision, they cut very severe on the European fleet, because in Mediterranean there is no European economic exclusive zone, so there is international IC, there is a Mediterranean Sea, but most of the little fleet, the small fleet, is in the Mediterranean, and they make by Greek, French, Italian, Spanish, Croatian, Slovenian, Cyprus. With the regulation, the Commission could have decided this cut, but through a regulation, we have no possibility to go in the Council, because all this Council will be voted against, and there will be a minority blockage for it. Through a decision, to the fact they have a majority, in fact, a control, in fact, they can get the same, the thing they can get through a normal procedure as foreseen in the treaty. So this is the things that is not good. It's the thing that make people crazy. What are they doing there? But they are actually confident. But what's happened? They cut a lot. The fishing effort, I mean, the number of days you can see a fish, in Mediterranean was a tragedy because most of the enterprise went bankrupt. So what's happened? That last year, for the first time, there has been a strike on all the most important harbor in the Mediterranean Sea. The sector sent a letter to the Commission asking to resign. It was very funny that. Also the European Commission, the European Parliament, in the Patch Committee feel real to be sidelined because they have nothing to do in this situation. They just receive information when the things are done. The social partner in any sector, economy said the social partner, I mean, the representative of the industry, representative of the worker, wrote a very harsh document against the Commission. Maybe, I think nobody's thought about that. Maybe it could be envisaged a judicial review on ground of procedural flaws, as I say, or use of powers. I mean, it could be very interesting to see although the court recognizes always a large power of discretion to the commission if they will accept something like that. So the question behind this exercise of transposition, which became strange in the fishery sector, is the sake of efficiency can prevail on the respect of democratic rules. They are expressed with a normal playing to the rules as is set in the configuration of the treaty. That was the message I want to provide.
Okay, so thank you, Giorgio, for this interesting speech. Do you hear me? Yes, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, clear, great. Very interesting, very highly controversial topic, as I learned. A very important topic, first of all, for everything for the fishery industry and for the member states who are involved in that. And on the other hand, if you have a new convention proposed by the United Nations for the high sea, for the living resources and the not living resources, that would be very important for us too, huh?
Yeah.
So that's behind if we can accept if this about the binding decisions of these international organizations or not. It's certainly very difficult to decide, huh?
Oh, sorry for the
yeah. Okay. So thank you so much. So well, now we come to another colleague which we know very well. It's Gerhard Völker, Professor Gerhard Völker from the University of Freiburg in Switzerland, and his topic is the harmonization of criminal law versus cultural diversity. So is he there?
Yes,
yeah. I saw him already in the room.
I'm just trying my best so the audience can see you and the PowerPoints I'm trying to project here.
Okay, I see.
Okay.
Hello.
Trying to
but I wrote already. It's much better to listening to understand what the people are saying, because otherwise with the microphone it was not very easy.
Professor, you can come here, please.
And just to say a word, if you have some time and you wish to discuss, we of course we could do that in the very end. If we have if we are under time pressure because you want to go to the dinner, what is very, very important, the dinner and the tasting of port wine. I understand. So we will see at the end. So, okay, Gerhard Völker. Happy to see you, and please go on. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for having me this afternoon. I hope everybody can hear me. I think for those in the room, it shouldn't be that much of a problem. And for the crowd in the cloud, I hope it works too. So the motto of this afternoon's conference initially was law and culture. And I was thinking about the relation of criminal law and culture, and in particular, the relation of the harmonization of criminal law on the European level and cultural diversity. Because initially, we always tend to think that harmonizing law is actually a great thing, that it's actually increasing efficiency, that it brings us closer together. So our usual reflex is that harmonization of law is a good thing. And there, after a long time of hesitation, where everybody always said, well, criminal law is a bit special, it's still... I can also do stereo with the movie of from Potsdam. So this really would be some kind of European carambolage. Initially, everybody thought, well, criminal law is so intricately linked to sovereignty and to the nation state that probably it's not such a good idea to harmonize that. But now we have seen that there are several drivers of harmonization on the European level. I would like to point to the Council of Europe. There we have, for example, the Lanzarote Convention on Sexual Exploitation and Child Abuse, where we have the definition of a child as a person under 18 of age, so children are getting older all the time. We have Istanbul on domestic violence. We have Macklingen on the manipulation of sports competition, and we have Santiago de Compostela on trafficking in human organs, just to cite a few. Of course, the places are great, well, except Macklingen, which is probably just due to the Swiss Confederation having a sports education center in that place. There doesn't seem to be that much of interest else there, but the problem is, behind every one of those conventions, there are actually problems of criminal policy. And by setting an obligation to the states to punish certain types of behavior, of course, somewhat we bypass reflection on criminal policy on domestic level. And the European Union also has been more active in the field than before. As most of you may know, in Article 83 on the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, we have a competence for directives in the fields, and those have been used, for example, in fields such as terrorism, trafficking, money laundering, cybercrime, insider dealing, and market manipulation. And also there, we have some sort of harmonization or unification of criminal law that bypasses the reflection on criminal policy on the domestic level. Now, of course, one may think, yeah, that's a good thing to bring all those closer together. But if we look at each and every of those concepts, we see that there might be flaws in those concepts. It's not actually something universally accepted by everyone and something quite natural. Nothing ever is natural in law or in criminal policy. Because, for example, the idea of organized crime is something quite artificial. It's a great driver for state intervention. It's a great driver for reducing civil liberties. It's a great driver for, or it's a great door opener for surveillance. But as a phenomenon, it's quite unclear, I fear. Same holds true for example, insider dealing and market manipulation, because also there, I mean, what's the actual interest of combating insider trading and market manipulation. What we feel it's unfair. People are having unfair gains, but on the other hand, no one loses. It's not like fraud where some lose and some win, but usually it's all about the functioning of markets, the sanctity of markets. Terrorism, of course, we all know that it's quite rubbery as a concept, because one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter, as they tend to say. And of course, we have this inflationary use of the term and the concept of terrorism by everybody who, well, for example, Putin's terrorists are not the same as Erdogan's terrorists, and probably not the same as ours. So it's quite complex, but it works well for state intervention. So the concepts themselves are not that much to be trusted, but they are not reflected that much more on domestic policy-making level. Well, what can be good reasons for harmonizing criminal law? I mean, the cheapest one is always reduction of complexity. Is this a viable argument? Well, not necessarily, because, well, first of all, I mean, we are all living from the complexity of the law. So as lawyers, we shouldn't precipitate ourselves into reducing complexity, because finally we are cutting the branch we are sitting on. So complexity, if things are complex, probably the law should be complex too. If situations are diverse, if there is cultural diversity, probably there is good reason to have laws that are adapted to that situation. Then there always is the question of having common values. That always sounds great. So it's common values are always somewhat heartwarming. But first of all, is it actually necessary to enact those common values top down? Wouldn't it be also possible to converge? So the common values are more of a political argument, or the facade of a political argument than anything legal. And then there, of course, is the question of the creation of an area of free movement, of a single market. And there we are always eager to somewhat copy and paste the Cassis de Dijon principle to everything else. So in a single market, if we're actually, is it actually possible to copy this market logics to criminal law? I don't think so. I mean, there is an interest in, for example, if you want to sell little water bottles, it can be useful to have a common standard. So the little water bottles can be sold in Portugal, in Spain, and in Norway, for example. Do we have the same for judicial decisions? Not necessarily. Well, then one would argue, yeah, but for the freedom of the services, of course, it could be useful. But now I must admit, first of all, most people don't even know the criminal law in their own country. And they still live. And now I've done the extremely risky thing of coming here to Portugal without even knowing Portuguese, without ever having had a glimpse at the criminal code. I've been buying things. I've been walking in the street without knowing really what the rules of the roads are, and still, until now, everything seems to work pretty well. So is the perception that laws might be similar a prerequisite to making fruitful use of the single market in services? Probably not. So in the end, it's not possible or not viable to transpose that market or common market dogma to criminal law. It doesn't make any sense. Of course, one can say, well, it furthers mutual trust. But then on the other hand, we don't really need that, because the idea of mutual trust is the idea of turning a blind eye to differences. So we don't need to bring law closer together to have that. So in the end, there is no actual reason, I think, for harmonizing criminal law, but there are many reasons against harmonizing too much and too top-down. First of all, harmonization may favor the most punitive approaches, and it's based on the probably false perception that criminal law is actually effective in changing human behavior. The problem is, well, nobody knows. It hasn't been proven by criminologists, even if, of course, there's always a hot topic of criminology, how to influence human behavior by criminal law. It doesn't seem to, deterrence seems to work that well, so we shouldn't overstate that. And then, of course, one point I'd like to make, if everybody does the same and it's wrong, it's not ideal. We could call this a cluster risk, or it's some kind of lemming behavior, everybody running in the wrong direction and nobody running anywhere else. And therefore, I would rather argue for Europe as a lab of diversity. Because I think that criminal policy should be a field where different approaches can be tried out side by side, more permissive ones, more restrictive ones, and then it's possible to learn from each other laterally. And I think that this is also a possibility of not only avoiding this cluster risk, but also by having more acceptance on the domestic level for criminal law rules. But the question still is, why are we so fond of harmonizing and of thinking big? I think that the one viable answer to that could be found in the theory of social systems. Gunther Teubner once said that social systems are geared at or have certain functions in social life. For example, of course, law is there for authoritatively solving some type of conflict. But those systems also need to keep running. And the winner phrase or the winner code in law is some kind of normativity. So there is always a certain risk, or it can be observed, that the legal system or lawmakers try to gain some kind of capital, one could say, one kind of surplus value beyond the actual conflict resolution thing we are trying to sell to the world. And this consists in strengthening the system and in strengthening normativity. And of course, doing everything on a larger scale is this type of normative surplus. So there is a sociological explanation why everybody always tries to harmonize things and to think big, even though there might be more risks than benefits to that. Thanks for listening, and thanks for having me.
Okay, thank you very much, Gerhard Volker, for this presentation of arguments for and against harmonization of criminal law, and yes, we have to look at diversity, cultural diversity, and for acceptance of the rules we make. Yeah, that's for sure. Thank you very much. Maybe we can discuss afterwards, I don't know. So we have still 2 speakers. Gleb from, we know already from yesterday, he has a video, he sent a video. And then we have Rosario Anjos. I don't know if he will be, if he attend us.
Yes, she's here, and
yes,
she's going to read the presentation right now.
Now. Okay.
Right now.
So, but what we are doing with the video, we have time or
maybe in the end, we'll see.
Okay. Okay. So perfect. So now very warm welcome to Rosario Anjos from Lusophonia University.
Share her presentation.
Yes. We want to share it. Yes. So it will be in Portuguese. O primado do direito da União Europeia, uma via de harmonização. Oh, I'm not really good. Fiscal improvement. Okay.
No problem.
It was not a very useful attempt to speak Portuguese.
I will speak in English.
Professor, can you see the PowerPoint?
Yeah, sure, perfectly. Yeah.
Okay. Se quiser, imagem. Sim,
Então, boa tarde a todos. Good afternoon again. Eu preparei a apresentação em português, mas dado que a maioria dos que estão cá não perceberiam a apresentação, vou fazê-la em inglês. So, I will speak in English because the same reason that my colleague from Polytechnico de Leiria has done the same. So the topic I will talk about is the primacy of European Union law, and a question, an inappropriate way for tax harmonization. This is the question I will talk about. This first reference is about an article that is published about free competition and fiscal policy in European Union. That's my area of research as an academic and a professional, because I'm a lawyer and arbitrator in tax law and administrative law. So the problem, we have to put the problem in this way. The fiscal policy is or not a very important topic to the free competition in the single market in the European Union. And of course, it is very important. And the lack of harmonization on tax law are extremely important in order to prevent distortions of free competition in European Union. All we know that the process of European Union construction is based on integration and liberalization of markets in order loyal and free competition. But if we have different tax systems, this free competition can be distortion, of course. And the other side, we have the governments, the fiscal sovereignty, the public powers, and it's quite difficult for a government to accept some kind of influences or orders in each fiscal system. This is, of course, a difficult topic, and I recognize that my position is at least controversial. But the truth is, we cannot stay in the European Union and be loyal with our partners if then or after to according some important matters, internally we make our law as an instrument for competition and distortion, and that is the point. So at this time in a Friday's afternoon, this is a hard talk because taxes are always some kind of boring, boring conversation. Well, this is an evidence that in the European Union we have no tax harmonization, but the European Court of Justice with the decisions about some topics in tax law makes this impact of the taxes on free competition less prejudicial to the free competition. So we have in Portugal two recent decisions of the European Court of Justice, very important for our tax affairs. And the point is, can this court, European Court of Justice, plays the principal rule to tax harmonization or not? One of these two recent case law is the case Frenetikeshitu. Is quite difficult to say this word. Is a corporation. This is a gym. Actually, this is a gym. Okay, this is a name of a franchising of gyms. In this case, we discuss if the Portuguese law can adulterate, change the framework of VIE directive, because the directive and our law in Portugal don't tax medical service. But in gyms, if the consumer have a kind of orientation, medical orientation, the gym separates the invoice, one invoice for the service, sport service, and other invoice to the medical service. And this was the problem, because our tax administration, well, for tax administration in Portugal, this medical service
must be taxed with VIE. So the problem was, sorry, I just stopped because of the noise. So the problem was decided by the European Court of Justice that considers a nutritional monitoring service provided by a certified and qualified professional in sports institutions. It means if the gym have a doctor to do the orientation of the consumer, and possibly within the framework of plans, which also include maintenance service and physical well-being, constitutes a distinct and independent provision of service and is therefore likely to be covered by the exemption provided for the Article 9 of the VIT code Portuguese. So with this decision, our tax administration was faced with a new situation and a new interpretation of the law, because at least, yes, the gym can do two invoices, one for the service, sports service, and another for the medical service. And in this second case, there are no tax. And this is one of the many examples we can show that the European Court of Justice is doing a kind of tax harmonization by himself. Another recent case law against Portugal is the Vapo Atlantic case. This one is a little more complicated because now we have a very, very difficult situation to decide it. Why? Because Portugal, in an internal law, did introduce a new kind of tax, indirect tax. It called Contribuição de Serviços Rodoviários, something like contribution for the road service. And the first problem is this a tax or is this a contribution? You see, another kind of imposition, but different of indirect tax. And the answer is quite simple, even faced our juridical system. We consider that when I pay a tax, if I have something, some kind of service or anything in changing, okay, we have another kind of contribution we call taxa. It probably is a little confusion because in English we say tax, we say in Portugal imposto, and we also say tax for that kind, another kind of contribution that we call taxa. Anyway, the European Court of Justice decided, and they say clearly this is a tax, an indirect tax, and this is against the European directive. So the problem in this moment is that since 2016, 6 years, the Portuguese administration had to receive this kind of contribution. The number is quite big. And now the problem is that this corporation and many others have the right to reimbursement the values of CSR. So this is a big problem for our public finance. But the problem was quite simple. Our government have done something that should be, it is against the directive, okay? And this decision of European Court of Justice is mandatory because of the primacy of the European Union law. So we have, in this moment, some process to waiting for decision internally, but the decision is quite difficult because truly, who did pay this contribution? All of we. What is the service we had in change of the payment? Nothing. It was only a way for the government to receive some millions of euros for the public finance. This is not a payment for any kind of service. This is only tax. And neither this tax is perfectly against the directive. So, as I said, at this time, on a Friday afternoon, is not a very pleasant talking, but this is the reality. Yes, I think that the Court of Justice and the primacy of European Union law contained the indirect part of fiscal harmonization and correction of inefficiencies or the deviations of free competition, but this is not enough. What are the political and institutional limitations to tax harmonization in European Union? Because if we want a free competition, we should have in some matters, tax matters, a really harmonization. Well, the main reasons for this delay in tax harmonization is because for the governments all over the European Union, and especially in the South countries, Portugal is one of these examples, we need so much for money that it's quite impossible to discuss a tax harmonization, an effective tax harmonization. Of course, we have different level of public debt. We have some other problems like distinct groups of countries with different levels of development. Of course, this is a problem, but this is a problem for decades. And I think that the absence of an effective tax harmonization don't help the solution, keeps the problem. And in the end, what can we say about the future and what is the perspective for the next years? Well, if we consider that in this moment we have war in Europe, we have the Ukrainian problem, and we must help Ukraine to get out of this situation. Of course, the political conditions to forward for a more effective tax harmonization are getting worse than ever. But I think this is a really problem about, and we have to think seriously about this, because if we think that European Union get larger with Ukraine, Moldavia, and so on, this problem should be faced now. What are the effects on economic and social cohesion in the next years in a war context? Who knows? Who knows? It's a good question. I have, in this moment, I have no answer for that. But I think maybe it will be more difficult to do some large steps for the tax harmonization. And in the end of the day, we have the European Court of Justice. At least we have the European Court of Justice. Well, thank you. And I think we can meet again soon. And I hope and I dream with an Ukraine free, no war, but I should like to see Navalny in freedom and Russia in a different situation too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tua. I see the Ukrainian.
Yes, it's a beautiful.
Yeah, it's very beautiful. I see that in the background. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. So, okay, so thank you again for this another topic of harmonization in Europe, also very controversial, very difficult, I agree. And for the time being, we have maybe all other, that's true, also other topics which are much more important. This as a priority. So what shall we do?
We must follow for the next one, for the Professor Marta.
Professor who? Professor who? Where's she?
Marta Rosas.
Okay, maybe I have an old program, so she's not here, and but I don't have the topic, so I'm sorry, I didn't print that. So Professor Meyer, Katrin Meyer from now I see. She was before, Professor Katrin Meyer from Lusophone University of Porto. Yeah, okay. No, we had her already on the nuclear weapons. No.
So,
Marta Rosas, okay.
Professor, can you see? Can you see?
Yeah, I can see everything. A dialogue between the Portuguese and Spanish recent civil law reforms concerning the support of vulnerable adults, a new approach of legal capacity. Okay, that's a very interesting topic. I think this is already not only a Portuguese and Spanish topic, but in all the countries of the European Union. This is a difficult topic, and we have also some research, and in NANTERRE we have some research on this topic. So please, Marta, go ahead. I'm sorry you're not on my program, so I'm I love you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My warm greetings to all the present, and I wish to thank the organization. I was in Vilnius in 2019 in the NANTERRE meeting, and it was incredible. So I'm very happy to be here today again in my home city, which is Porto. Well, I'm going to talk about not actually legal capacity, but the protection, or better, the support of vulnerable adults. And so I have some contents to share with you, but since we are getting late and it's a Friday afternoon and I don't want to bore anyone, so I just cut two aspects, 2 points of my presentation, and I'm only going to focus an introduction, of course, some principles, because principles are the most important thing, and periodical revisions, self-regulation instruments, and then I think I will have no time for the judicial measures and the consequences on the contracts. And since this is a very technical problem, maybe it's better to leave it to the written paper, and then I explain it better in the written paper, and then conclusions. So what brings me here? In recent years, as I think we all know, many legal orders are, and their corresponding civil codes, this is a civil law problem, are adjusting their norms and principles concerning legal capacity and the support of vulnerable adults. Urged by an international and European, of course, common legal framework, a new paradigm, the reforms in this field represent a transformation of some major legal institutes concerning the law of persons. So, once again, civil code, civil law, the law of persons. The convention here, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and mainly its Article 12, challenges former civil law regimes on legal capacity and leads to ambitious reforms. I will not explain or remind the Convention guidelines and its Article 12 because there are already many studies in this field, and it is somehow pacific that the Convention is the keystone or the compass towards the new paradigm. So let's take it for granted as the international common reference in this field, together with other important instruments such as recommendations from the Council of Europe. Well, I believe a dialogue between the concrete and ongoing experiences of different legal orders in this field might be very enriching. Because, as we can see here, for instance, Portugal and Spain, so close. The Portuguese reform took place with the entering into force of Lei 49/2018, which replaced the former legal measures. They were named interdição and inhabilitação, and implemented a new regime, accompanied adult regime de maior acompanhada. The accompaniment is a unique measure, but can take many forms and grades. And very recently, really recently, the Lei 8/2021 in Spain introduced a new legal regime and several medidas de apoyo, I think I'm saying that well, to support the exercise of legal capacity on the Spanish Civil Code. And the new model of support measures regulated in the Spanish Civil Code include voluntary measures, the informal guarda de hecho, I'm going to talk about it very briefly, and the judicial curatela, and for some occasional actions, the defensor judicial. Well, the Portuguese acompanhamento de maior reform entered into force in February 2019. As you can see here and here, I have to pay attention to the two rooms. And the Spanish medidas de apoyo entered into force the past September. They are fresh, September 2021. Concerning the proximity, both in space and in time, of the two mentioned reforms on the same subject, aiming to respect the same international guidelines, it is interesting, I think, to analyze side by side some specific points of both frameworks, sharing novel ways of response to a common challenge. The point of view of this communication is, of course, the one of a Portuguese jurist intending to learn from other experiences. I will try to briefly make some bridges between some points of the reform, and then, as I said in the written paper, I explain it, the technical part better. However, I must say that despite this is a short and time-limited dialogue, I prefer dialogue and not a comparison of law, because this is not a comparative study I'm intending to do. That would be a very much more deep and difficult task. It's only some bridges and synergies and thinking together about the problems. But I think a comprehensive reflection would be further appealing. I think it is fundamental that countries that signed the same convention and have in hands the same legal challenges share their novelties and share their solutions and doubts in order to learn with each other. So let's see some specific, very brief points of both reforms side by side, but I will be very, very quick. So about the principles, necessity, proportionality, and subsidiarity. These principles are directly imposed by the convention and were received both in Portuguese and Spanish new legal regimes. The Portuguese reform, after considering that specific questions, this was considered, decided not to formulate expressly in the civil code a list of principles. That does not mean, however, that they are not there and visible in the norms. Of course they are. The Spanish Civil Code opted to give some express guidelines and general provisions in the code. I will not read it, but well, the Civil Code has a norm highlighting the necessity, proportionality, and subsidiarity. The principles impose that the measures adopted in order to support a vulnerable adult must be restricted to those really necessary and must be adjusted to the specific needs and concrete situation of the person concerned. It is very common, as I think maybe we all know, in various jurisdictions to talk about a tailor-made measure, since every case is a case and there are no equal responses for such a heterogeneous reality. It is interesting to observe in both systems and after the respective reforms, the implementation of the idea of subsidiarity here of the judicial intervention and the correspondent space left for the support provided by family members and other persons close to the vulnerable person. I think there is a kind of duality concerning the role of family members and informal networks of support. On one hand, family usually plays the key role on helping the adult in the exercise of their rights, but in the other hand, however, concerns about possible default of care, influences, and abuses arise, justifying some control and safeguards. Well, the new redaction of Article, we have here 140 of the Portuguese Civil Code establishes that the judicial measures must not take place whenever the scope of the measure is guaranteed by the exercise of general duties of cooperation and assistance, fitting the case. So authors and the courts understand this norm as imposing a principle of subsidiarity For instance, if the family members of the adult concerned fulfill in a regular way their legal obligations of cooperation and assistance, a judicial and formal measure might not be necessary. The person is supported by the persons required by law to render assistance, and if that assistance is accurate, the need for the designation of an accompagnant is questioned. Yet, our code, Portuguese code, does not regulate the mentioned informal assistance. There are family law norms, of course, that impose cooperation and impose assistance, but there is no specific regulation for that assistance in this specific field, disability, etc. Well, in the Spanish legal order, they recognize the informal support assured by members of the family, friends, or other persons close to the vulnerable adult, acknowledging that support as guarda de hecho, de facto guardianship. I think I can translate like that. The recent reform reinforced the guarda de hecho, converting this legal figure into a legal measure, a real measure of support, no longer provisional whenever that measure is sufficient to safeguard the rights of the person with discapacidad. This measure is informal and is factual. The guardian is not entitled by judicial sentences, but acts under the law. And sometimes, exceptionally, the guardador de hecho is required to act in representation of the persona con discapacidad, and the judicial authorization must be obtained. Well, the judicial authorities may require at any moment information about the action of the guardador and demand accounting reports, as they can also establish necessary safeguards. So, concluding, the Spanish reform not only maintained this figure, but also reinforced its regulation, revealing that this measure, informal, can be adapted to respect the principles of the convention. About the will and preferences of the adult, since the respect for the will, wishes, and preferences of the vulnerable adult is the main principle when it comes to define a support measure and choose the guardian or the person entitled to exercise the function of support, I will only highlight that this principle is present in both reforms. And we have here two sentences, one of a Spanish author, and the other one is a judicial Portuguese sentence by Tribunal da Relação do Porto, Joaquim Correia Gomes. It is a very interesting sentence because it's very complete and gives us many guidelines about application of the new norms. Well, I'm close to the end, and would like to say that in both reforms, there is a need for periodical revision of the measures applied, as the measures must be tailored for the person concerned, having in mind their specific needs. They hardly will remain the same for the rest of the life of the adult. On the contrary, it is imperious to review and reconsider the measures dictated by the court. The person with a disability, for instance, may no longer need to be assisted in the future because the support given in the past was sufficient to a full inclusion of the person. So the Portuguese acompanhamento measure must be reviewed at least each 5 years, as you can see here behind me or in front of me, 5 years. And in Spain, the revision must take place 3 years or a maximum of 6 years. Decide that. So what is really important is that the principle of necessity dictates that it is important to follow the person and the measure in time. The measure suitable today may be no longer accurate tomorrow. And to finish, self-regulation instruments. Well, very briefly, I would like to refer to anticipatory measures of self-regulation. In this specific point, I believe the Portuguese interpreter of the law may find relevant clues by looking to the Spanish code, since our mandato com vista ao acompanhamento, our mandate, is very recent, and there are still some doubts about its application. As it is known, one of the key principles and guidelines provided by the Convention is the primacy of self-determination. The ideal and primary means of support are those elected by the same person in need of that support. If the person anticipated the need for support in the past, establishing guidelines for the future, and eventually choosing the person entrusted to give support, then the first solution to be attended is the one based on the set guidelines and directives. Many national legal systems recognize mandates in this area, like France, for instance. We have only one norm for mandato com vista ao acompanhamento in our civil code. The Spanish Civil Code has the medidas voluntarias de apoyo and gives preference to those measures. And there are, I believe, 7 articles that regulate the mandate and other instruments in this field. And I think it's very interesting, for instance, and for example, concerning formalities, if there is or there is not the necessity of intervention of a notary, for instance. Well, about the judicial measures and the consequences on the validity of contracts, that's a sore point, a very difficult point, a technical part. I will pass it. It's in the written paper, and then some brief conclusions, so I don't bore anyone. Both the Spanish and the Portuguese civil codes have been recently subject to profound changes, aiming to adapt the civil legal regimes on legal capacity and support of adults, and adapt, of course, their norms to the Convention. Those changes were very needed and claimed by the legal doctrine, by those competent for the administration of justice, and above all, the persons with disabilities and their families on both countries. However, the changes, they are really to impose a new way of understanding vulnerability, and there is still a challenging work to do for us, namely the correct interpretation of the new norms and accurate application in practice. To fulfill this challenge, it is very useful, I think, to analyze side by side the novelties of national legal orders that share common values, but purposes, for instance, and values, and the same challenges in their hands. The Portuguese and the Spanish reforms share many similarities, but also some difference, and the principles pursued are, however, the same. So time and practice will reveal the way forward. Thank you for your attention and having me here. I don't know if there is any question.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe, thank you very much. Maybe there are some questions, but I think this is not the answer. So thank you very much. I found very interesting the subsidiarity of the judicial interventions, you know, concerning vulnerable adults and so on. And then while I see what is the same is the respect for the will of the vulnerable adult. Also, we have to look what is the will of this person. I think it is quite the same in every at least in Germany and in French, I can say it's quite the same idea. So I didn't understand everything from the Spanish and Portuguese comparison, but it's very interesting to see how we manage it.
Yes. We all have in hands the same challenges,
yes,
and the same principles to look forward. So it's important to share ideas, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I don't know if there's still, I found there's still Luisa Brandeo Barina. She's from Salamanca. Is she there or did she Does she join us, or is this now, do we come to the end? Maybe to a discussion?
Yes, Professor, she's here.
Okay.
Let me just... Já enviou o e-mail? Já enviou. Não consegue aceder à sua apresentação?
Nada, não tem.
Porque não é compatível com...
Exatamente. Eu leio,
Ok.
é mais uma sub, digamos.
I would like to, only to the, all other participants, if you have any questions on mind, and we have some time, because I think in Porto it's only now 6:30. Maybe we can have a little discussion at the end. We will see that. So Luisa Brandoyo Barrios from Salamanca, a very warm welcome.
Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Since 2 years ago, we don't see each other. So maybe you don't remind me, and I'm together with Lorenzo.
Yeah, with Lorenzo, yeah.
So I'm his doctor, I don't know the name now, Alan, I don't know. So with Lorenzo.
Yeah.
I cannot say in English now, sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I hope you understand my Spanish. I'm the only one that I speak Italian.
Yeah. No, I don't understand.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Sorry for this, because this year I've decided to speak in Spanish and
okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No problem. So I say only the title is legal pluralism and the multi-ethnic culture. This is
exactly
your topic. Okay.
I hope I will be fast. I promise I'm not taking too long from all of you. Okay.
I think Spanish and Portuguese language are very close. Or?
More or less, we think yes, but sometimes we do such a huge mistakes that it's not acceptable.
Yeah, maybe sometimes there are what we say in French. Sometimes we say that are wrong friends. You know, sometimes
exactly.
it's the same thing, but in reality it's not. Okay, please. We are listening to you now.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me for this meeting. For me, it's really a pleasure to be here. It's my hometown as well. I was almost from this to talk Portuguese, but my Portuguese from the north. So I was quite ashamed. So I thought, no, it's better to talk in another language. So I keep going with my subject in Spanish. I almost start in English, but it will be in Spanish. I'm sorry. Okay. El pluralismo jurídico ha adquirido excelencia en los estudios sociolegales, una vez que detrás de un concepto tan amplio se esconden varias tendencias, sin dejar la idea básica, según la cual lo jurídico es mucho más que una ley estatal. A pesar del carácter diversificado de las diferentes concepciones del pluralismo jurídico, estas comparten algunas premisas fundamentales relativas a la naturaleza de la ley y su función y su relación con el entorno cultural. Bueno, aquí les daré un poquito de... Ahora no sé qué lengua hablar. Bueno, I'm giving such a small definitions, because I think it's important to understand what is pluralism juridic pluralism, and as well the difference from multiculturalism. So in the beginning, I will be treating those terms. Okay, so en el mundo existe una nueva coyuntura política en la cual la pluriculturalidad gana espacio y legitimidad, siendo reconocida por parte de los estados la diversidad étnica y cultural, siendo elemento de esta la necesidad de otorgar algunos derechos específicos al respeto. Ejemplo, a diferencia de otros países, I like very much Latin America, okay? A diferencia de otros países de Latinoamérica como Colombia, Perú o Venezuela, en el Ecuador este reconocimiento de la diversidad étnica es oficial en su mayor parte, reflejo y resultado de las luchas y demandas del movimiento indígena. I like very much as well indigenous population, sorry. That's why I'm always talking about the same things in all the meetings. O sea, se refleja en Ecuador, es un reconocimiento ya oficial, que no tanto en Colombia, Perú o Venezuela, pues un reflejo y resultado de las luchas y demandas del movimiento indígena, de sus procesos de fortalecimiento de la identidad como actores sociales, políticos y culturales, y del planteamiento de los modelos existentes de ciudadanía, democracia, Estado y nación. Bueno, ahora pasemos un poquito a la multi o pluriculturalidad, parte de la pluralidad étnico-cultural y el derecho a la diferencia, actuando principalmente por el reconocimiento y la inclusión dentro de lo establecido y la interculturalidad en la manera que se ha venido proponiéndola. El movimiento indígena se centra en la transformación de la relación entre pueblos, nacionalidades y otros grupos culturales, pero también el Estado, de sus instituciones sociales, políticas, económicas, jurídicas y también las políticas públicas. Pues un buen ejemplo de esta, digamos, de la presencia de la interculturalidad en un Estado es la creación de una universidad intercultural de las nacionalidades y pueblos indígenas. Es una universidad que existe, como la Universidad Lusófona. El proyecto indígena de la interculturalidad también se extiende al campo epistemológico. No significa en absoluto la parcelación de la ciencia en una ciencia indígena y otra no indígena. Significa la oportunidad de emprender un diálogo teórico desde la interculturalidad a partir de la construcción de nuevos marcos conceptuales, analíticos y teóricos en los cuales se generan nuevos conceptos, categorías y nociones bajo el marco de la interculturalidad. Ante la existencia de diversas culturas dentro del mismo espacio geográfico, han surgido teorías que han tratado de dar respuestas a esta realidad. Bueno, ahora que sí, que creo que es importante, solamente me quita un poquito de tiempo, es cómo podemos aquí mencionar, por ejemplo, la interdisciplinaridad, o sea, la junción de varias disciplinas, de varias materias del derecho. Como ejemplo, a mediados del siglo XX comenzó a surgir un abanico de definiciones del término cultura. Y podemos afirmar aquí el concepto de cultura está íntimamente relacionado a los orígenes de la ciencia antropológica. O sea, estamos aquí relacionando antropología con el derecho. Sí. La raíz latina del término cultura viene de cultus, que a su vez procede de colere, que significa cuidado del campo y del ganado. La Academia Alemana dio un nuevo significado a la expresión, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing properly, I know you're from Switzerland, yes, but culture, I don't know, culture. So, entonces, la expresión culture conectado con la vida social y humana. Bueno, connotó de forma valorativa el cultivo perfeccionista humano propio del progreso del espíritu de los pueblos que se manifestó en su educación y costumbres. Es necesario señalar que no todos los intelectuales franceses emplearon el término, como Rousseau y Voltaire. Rousseau y Voltaire, ¿no? Se mostraron reticentes a esta concepción progresista de la historia, intentando proponer una versión más relativista de la misma, sin éxito, pues la corriente dominante era la progresista. Sin embargo, no fue Francia, sino Alemania donde las posturas relativistas ganaron mayor prestigio. Actualmente se concibe cultura como un derecho fundamental, definiéndose de acuerdo a dos nociones básicas como el desarrollo del espíritu individual y colectivo, orientada al estímulo de las artes y las ciencias, y la noción de la naturaleza de las sociedades, las personas, orientada a la defensa y protección de las identidades y tradiciones. Bueno, ahora que que tenemos una pequeña noción de lo que es cultura, pues daría para una tarde entera. So I gave a small reference to the term culture. I hope you understood. The ones that are not speaking Spanish, sorry, I'm feeling so bad. But anyway, now we are going to determine the plural, juridic pluralism. El eje central de esta presentación es el pluralismo jurídico. Sin embargo, no podemos detenernos en esa definición sin clarificar el significado de multiculturalismo e interculturalidad. Ante la coexistencia de diversas culturas dentro de un mismo espacio geográfico han surgido teorías que han tratado de dar respuesta a esta realidad, surgiendo la necesidad de diferenciar multiculturalismo e interculturalidad, criterios desarrollados en diferentes ámbitos de las ciencias sociales para explicar este fenómeno. El concepto de multiculturalismo fue introducido por Charles Oberth, profesor de filosofía en 1964-65 y acuñado en 1065 por Paul Jusic, profesor de eslavística, ciencia y estudio de las lenguas eslavas, lenguas pertenecientes a la familia lingüística indoeuropea, como el esloveno, ruso, polaco y entre otros. Este concepto sostenía una crítica a la política bicultural de Canadá, que solo tomaba en consideración la cultura franco-canadiense y anglo-canadiense, olvidándose de otros grupos que coexisten en el país, como es el caso de los inuti. A título de ejemplo, existe un gran porcentaje de diferentes grupos indígenas en Latinoamérica, siendo necesario tematizar las implicaciones políticas y pedagógicas que apareja la coexistencia de varias culturas a una misma sociedad. Bueno, resumiendo todo esto, la multiculturalidad es una realidad cada vez más presente en un mundo en constante cambio, lo cual se manifiesta con la multiplicación de estados desde el final de la Segunda Guerra Mundial hasta los días de hoy, siendo cada vez más importante cuestionarse sobre la noción de multiculturalidad, bien como las relaciones entre las diferentes culturas. Sin embargo, existen actualmente algunas críticas al multiculturalismo. ¿Cuáles son? Pues considerando como una respuesta liberal que reconoce la coexistencia de diferentes culturas, reafirma la idea de que éstas deben subordinarse a una cultura dominante, con códigos propios, normas y sistemas de valores. En vista de las duras críticas que ha recibido el multiculturalismo, poco a poco se ha introducido el término interculturalidad, siendo este utilizado con más fuerza en el discurso científico español, también incursionado en Alemania. ¿Qué visa? Visa universalizar los derechos individuales de los ciudadanos y reconoce las diferencias culturales. Rechaza las minorías étnicas o de las culturas minoritarias. Y pretende superar las limitaciones de coexistencia multicultural. Busca comprender las dinámicas que van más allá de la simple descripción de identidades, grupos y situaciones y que no pretende repensar estas relaciones dentro de su contexto histórico-político, bien como social. La interculturalidad se centra en un proceso de intercambio entre los miembros de diferentes culturas. Pues en resumen, se denota que el uso actual más generalizado se puede entender el multiculturalismo como el reconocimiento de la coexistencia de grupos culturales diferentes dentro de un mismo Estado nacional. Así presentado no difiere sustancialmente de lo que en la antropología llaman de pluralismo cultural desde hace décadas, y que se refiere a la pluralidad de culturas que conviven en el seno de estados nacionales. Será el pluralismo de hecho. Después de los años 60, y ya para terminar, que esto es muy poquito, después de los años 60 la política multicultural se amplió hasta abarcar los inmigrantes. Ahí tenía un dibujo tan bonito. I had such a nice presentation, but anyway, with figures and everything, de los pueblos indígenas. from the indigenous population. La política multicultural se amplió hasta abarcar a los inmigrantes considerados como minorías étnicas, y el concepto de multiculturalismo hizo referencia a las variadas ciudadanías segmentadas por cultura, lengua e historia, que se encuentran en un estado democrático. Al expandirse hacia otras situaciones, contextos y disciplinas, el multiculturalismo siguió tratando a todos los grupos diferentes como minorías. Sin embargo, el problema surge cuando bajo el concepto de minoría se engloban otros grupos sociales, como los pueblos originarios, llamados los pueblos indígenas. Debe distinguirse claramente los inmigrantes de diferentes orígenes étnicos de los pueblos indígenas que fundan sus derechos en la ascendencia histórica y los vínculos territoriales milenarios. En las últimas décadas, la investigación sobre el pluralismo jurídico llamó la atención sobre la existencia de derechos locales en las zonas rurales, en los barrios urbanos marginales, en las iglesias, en las empresas, en el deporte, en las organizaciones profesionales. Con la aportación del fenómeno de globalización, el pluralismo jurídico adquirió un mayor protagonismo para explicar la variedad de ordenamientos y prácticas jurídicas internacionales y locales, que se consolidan ante la fragilidad del derecho estatal para regular las situaciones que ocurren en diversos contextos socioculturales. Existe un nuevo pluralismo jurídico que se refiere a los estudios e investigaciones contemporáneos, donde se tiene en cuenta la inmensa variedad de prácticas jurídicas que se desprenden de la compleja realidad sociocultural de los tiempos que transcurren. Obvia los efectos del derecho y la sociedad, e incluso los efectos de la sociedad en el derecho, e intenta conceptualizar una relación más compleja e interactiva entre las normas oficiales y no oficiales de ordenación. Esta perspectiva contempla formas plurales de ordenación que participan en el mismo campo social. Pues pensemos un poco, la incorporación de las tradicionales prácticas jurídicas indígenas y la supervisión, regulación por parte de instituciones estatales. Es una concepción positiva para los funcionarios oficiales, pero no para los movimientos indígenas y académicos, que consideran que esta intromisión estatal es transgresora de la autonomía de los pueblos indígenas. Es un buen pensamiento. ¿Cómo vamos nosotros how can we make some rules for the indigenous population when they have their own rules? I mean, they are inside a community with they have customs, not costumes, but some consuetudinary law, yeah? And how come we need to think for a while? How come we want to get inside their own costumes and the consuetudinary law? Sorry if I'm not pronouncing properly. So many languages. And of course, they consider like a violation of their own law. And they say, los líderes indígenas responden a los antropólogos. The indigenous populations, they say to the anthropologists, yeah? This is really funny. This is a phrase that is in Spanish, but I will try to translate. Our production, our production, it calls artisany, yeah, and yours is industry. Our music is folklore, and your music is art. Our laws, they are customs, and your laws are rights. En español, nuestra producción se llama artesanía. Los líderes indígenas suelen comentar esto con los políticos y los antropólogos. Nuestra producción se llama artesanía y la de ustedes es industria. Nuestra música es folclore y la de ustedes es arte. Nuestras normas son costumbres y las de ustedes derechos. Bueno, so to finish, I'm sorry to finish in Spanish. I'm trying to do my best in English and Spanish, but anyway, to finish, because I think the time was passed by already, no? For an half an hour, for a class, I mean. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
I had so many things to say, but anyway, I consider this is a lack of respect if I'm not finishing now in Spanish. So sorry for this. Por ende, el desafío de la convivencia intercultural nos impulsa al encuentro con el otro. Es una peregrinación que saca a ambos de la seguridad de su propia tierra. Un mundo seguro pero cerrado, para construir juntos un nuevo espacio común diferente de los mundos de procedencia. Muchas gracias por todo. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Okay, muchas gracias. I understand this.
Okay.
Muchas gracias. Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Ethical culture and well, if you want to live together, we need a certain legal framework, because otherwise it will not work if everybody's doing what he thinks from his culture will be the right thing. Yeah? There must be a compromise, but it should be, we should find it every time, because otherwise,
anarchy. Otherwise, it will be anarchy.
Anarchy, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that we know about that. Sometimes that even at universities, some members who does not respect the students, and then we have this time. Yeah. That's quite true. So is there anybody else? Thank you a lot. Thanks a lot. Is there anybody else? I think I think maybe we have a video from Gleb Farm, but maybe you don't need to see it because time is running out. And if there are no more speakers, I would propose, from my point of view, I think Gleb, he wouldn't mind if we don't show it, so because it's in the program. From my point of view, if you have some points, some items you would like to discuss very briefly, if you have something on your heart to the law and the culture, maybe you should see it that would be a little bit more lively than to listen now at the end of a Friday night. As some of the last speakers told us, to listen to another video that may be a little bit, people maybe, it's more difficult. It's better maybe to have a little discussion if you want, some of you.
I don't know if we have the time for that.
Well, if anybody want to say something, don't know.
Professor Maria Anjos will speak some brief words.
Okay.
My dear colleague, we are finishing and we are quite anxious for our dinner. Sorry you are not with us in Porto. So it was a great pleasure. It was a very good session. And I wish you a wonderful weekend. And I hope you can as soon as possible, come to Porto and we meet together in person.
Yes.
I think is all. Because, you know, our colleagues are with faces, you can see his faces. They are really anxious for a happy hour, a beer, a cup of wine, something. End of wonderful Friday afternoon with some sun and good things to enjoy. So I think we can close our session, right? So bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be with you here and have a good dinner, have a nice evening. And next time I hope we will be with you. So bon appétit. Bon appétit.
Yes.
Thank you. Merci.
Have a
Merci.
good dinner. Thank you, Fabio. Thank you for everybody. Thank you for the colleagues in the room. Thank you. And we see you next time. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. Bye-bye. Enjoy your dinner.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Thanks.
Bye, professors.
Bye. Bye. Thank you for organization, technical organization. Great. Great job. Thank you. Tschüss, Stefanie. Wir können ja telefonieren morgen oder so, ne? Tschüss.
Ja, tschüss, schönen Abend noch, ja.
Ja, ich habe jetzt, es reicht jetzt, es ist ja 8 Uhr, ne?
Lang, noch, ja. Aber ja.
War gut, ne?
Gut. Ja, war gut, ja.
Ja, war alles okay. So,
Okay, ja, ich denke, wir telefonieren dann morgen wahrscheinlich.
Ja,
okay,
ich habe noch nicht
schönen
deine
Abend.
E-Mail da gelesen, ich lese sie, ne?
Ja, kannst du mal angucken.
Ja.
Okay, ciao, ciao.
Ja, tschüss, schönen Abend. Habt ihr schon
Tschüss.
Abi-Ergebnisse?
Nee, am Dienstag erst.
Ach, so kurz vor der Party? Ah, toll, ne? Könnt ihr da vielleicht doch einen
Sonst
schwarzen
ist eine Party, dann ist
brauchen, hoffe ich
ja.
nicht.
Ja. Tschüss.
Voilà, regarde.